This story is about a guy who at first just played a game in his room. But after a while, the main character himself did not realize how he found himself somewhere in the forest. The hero of this story was called Suzumiya Akita, who was 21 years old. Suzu was playing an MMORPG game called Mazerd Online, this game that made gamers go crazy. Suzu was someone who had just graduated from college and was spending all his time playing this game. After playing for 3 days and 3 nights without any breaks, his headache started getting worse. Usually an item would drop out within 2 hours, but then it suddenly stopped dropping out even after 10 hours. Also, all the members of the party gathered, and he kept playing without any sleep, and then he felt some kind of lightness. When the hero was already awake, he found himself in this place. His body felt light, and he had never seen this place before. Suzu found it strange that he was now in his own everyday clothes. He was wearing the same everyday shirt. The guy sighed, and with a smile on his face thought that this must be a dream. Probably 4 nights without sleep was too much even for him, and he must have just fallen asleep. He would have to apologize for it to his fellow guildmates later. With these thoughts, the boy walked on casually, but his gaze noticed something nearby. When Suzu stopped, he saw several wolves who were devouring their prey and looking at him askew. The hero didn't understand what was wrong and decided to take a closer look at the animals. When he approached them, he noticed that it was a 6-legged dog. The dog barked threateningly in his direction and bared its teeth. Apparently, these animals were frightened of the hero and scurried away with a loud bark. The guy thought he was a gamer to the core, because he was already dreaming about gaming creatures. He figured that if he wanted to make a metaphor about this situation, it would be an abnormal status in real life. As soon as he mentioned his status, his panel window popped up right in front of his face. Suzu couldn't believe his eyes, because it really was his panel. The hero didn't understand why the status window appeared here and assumed that it popped up because he said the right word. In that case, he decided to study it and noticed something wrong. Either he had imagined it, or his mana value was too high. He wondered what the average mana value was in this world. Mana was responsible for the magic points that were expended when using magic. Suzu knew that a person in this world had an average of 10 mana points, but apparently he was something special. But it didn't matter to him anyway, as it was still a dream. Barely thinking about it, the hero noticed the strange status of an Inomirian in his skills. He was now an alien of the 10th rank. His abilities depended on how high he ranked in the former world. This affected many characteristics such as speed of skill acquisition and predisposition to magic. The hero once again read the note about how high he ranked in the former world. Suzu leaned against the tree trunk and thought that this must still be a dream. But everything here was quite realistic, including this forest. Suzu heard a noise not far away from him and looked to the side. There was a pack of 6-legged dogs rushing towards him. These dogs were clearly unhappy with the guy's appearance and bared their teeth at him. Suzu smirked and said that those dogs were also very believable. When the pack chased after him, the hero realized that he had to run. Even in his dreams, these were very scary things. This is where another strange thing caught the hero. Suzu looked back at the pack in surprise, not realizing why he was running so fast. He suspected it was all due to the foreigner's skill. Right now, he was running much faster than usual. These dogs were as fast as the hero, so he wouldn't be able to get away from them. Running away from the rabid pack, the guy didn't realize what was wrong with these green dogs. Soon Suzu reached the branch of a tree. There, he grinned gloatingly at the dog that was glaring at him viciously from the ground. The hero was madly pleased that his jumping strength had also improved. But he couldn't sit here forever. He needed to figure out a way to escape from this forest. Suzu supposed he must have more useful skills than these. The hero used the Analyze button. Analysis allowed the user to use evaluation on an object within sight. So, thanks to it, he would be able to watch information about the creatures. Looking at the description, this skill looked rather imbued. Suzu pondered once more and realized that if he could use the skill without direct contact, then he could evaluate this dog from a distance. The hero pointed his skill towards the creature and looked at its revealed stats. The green dog turned out to be a rank F wolf. It had 35 health but no mana. Also, the beast had no skills. Suzu was glad that he had succeeded. He didn't know how strong F rank monsters were, but despite 1 point of intelligence, he had 32 points of strength. This was not the kind of monster he wanted to fight. The guy checked for skills in his status. He had a talent for magic that allowed him to learn magic much faster than normal, and also enhanced his fire spell. A sword master had almost the same description. But the guy didn't know how to use magic, and he didn't have any weapons. He only had a guess about it. Suzu ordered the inventory to be opened and asked him to take out an item. The hero felt a warp of space and thought that he had actually summoned an item of some sort. Another interesting panel with many empty cells appeared in his status. Suzu exclaimed excitedly that this was the inventory. Just as he thought, there was at least something here. The number 1012 was probably the maximum number of MP, or it meant the capacity of the inventory. In that case, his 0 meant only one thing. His inventory was completely empty. Just like with status and inventory, there might be hidden commands he didn't recognize yet. For example, in order to use magic, he had to say the name of a spell. The guy decided to try it out and pointed his hand towards the wolf, after which he summoned a fireball. It didn't work out for the hero. It would be much better for him if the flame itself appeared from his hands. The hero himself didn't realize how he created the flame from his palm. The sudden appearance of the fire frightened him. The hero crouched down on the branch again, not understanding what was going on here. He assumed that this was what the fireball was. He began to guess that he had to submit a spell in order to use magic. A smug smirk appeared on his face. Anyway, he could just try and visualize a fireball in his hand. This ball turned out to be bigger than the previous one. This was all becoming fascinating to Suzu, and he hadn't felt this way in a long time. The boy thought that it would be really stupid right now if he didn't enjoy it. He tried to visualize the fireball forming in his hand. As soon as he visualized the fireball, his magic really came into action. All he had to do was visualize it and shoot the ball at the green wolf. Suzu was shocked that he was actually able to do it. The green wolf didn't have time to dodge, and the fireball hit right into its body. The wolf instantly burst into flames and tried to run away. But the fire was so strong that the wolf just collapsed to the ground and burned alive. The surprised guy went down to the ground and approached the burnt wolf. Looking at its corpse, he thought that he had really succeeded, after which the guy clenched his fist. The hero was delighted and exclaimed that everything had gone perfectly. During his joyful howls, he heard a notification call. The hero once again opened his status panel to see what was wrong. He assumed he had just heard the sound of a level up. His maximum mana count had increased by 500 points. Now in skills, he had skill analysis, sword master, foreigner, talent for magic, martial arts, and talent for all kinds of magic, and he also had fire magic. His fire magic became level 1, and the hero assumed it was all because he used it. The guy was startled when the corpse of the animal started to blaze even more. For whatever reason, its fire kept spreading. Suzu looked around confused, looking for water. He figured there must be a river nearby. After calming down a bit, he remembered that he could use magic. It was necessary to visualize the water, as from a fire hose. Suzu had indeed succeeded in summoning water magic. A new first level of water magic was now available to him. Performance depended on intelligence, and efficiency depended on level. The guy felt like something was coming out of his body. Suzu assumed that it was because of the waste of mana points. Even though he didn't have the maximum amount of mana, it was some low-level magic. Now he needed to check his inventory. The hero opened the inventory window and noticed that he had one plant and an animal in his inventory. The happy guy looked up into the sky and thought that it looked like it wasn't a dream. It seemed to Suzu that this was all an isekai where the protagonist goes to another world. He had read several works about it, and he had a faint feeling that he had gotten there too. When he spoke out loud about it, Suzu was strangely calmed down. His parents had died 2 years ago in a traffic accident, and he had no other relatives or best friends. Players from Mazart were leaving the game as it was no longer popular. The hero thought he was sent to this world because there was nothing keeping him on Earth anymore. Even though he knew he was in another world, the hero still didn't know how to go back to his world. If he couldn't go back, then he could live in this world and have fun. Suzu hoped that this world wouldn't be boring and gloomy. While he was pondering, the hero heard someone scream somewhere nearby. Suzu thought that there was someone nearby and hurried towards the noise. When the hero ran out of the forest, he saw a pack of wolves that attacked the travelers. 2 armed men were protecting their carriage with frightened horses. The wolves opened their huge maws on the travelers. One of them fiercely clawed at the young lad's blade. The hero thought they were being attacked by green wolves, and he had to do something to help them. But at this distance, his water magic wouldn't help them. And if he used fire magic, the wagon would catch fire. There was nothing he could do about it. Although it would be the first time he would do such a thing, he just had to try. To begin with, the hero tried to visualize something like a spearhead. After that, he tried to make a stone that could pierce the green wolf. A strangely shaped stone-sharp arrow appeared in the air in front of the hero. The hero threw the arrow forward while using earth magic. The stone spear stuck into the ribs of one of the wolves, and the beast staggered to the side. Although his attack was quite fast, his spear broke against the wolf's body. Suzu assumed that it wasn't strong enough. Because of his attack, a whole pack of wolves looked back in his direction. Baring their teeth at their new opponent, the wolves began to sneak up on Suzu. Despite his troubles, he still managed to buy some time. The travelers took advantage of the situation and killed several wolves. The dark-haired boy chopped off one of them, and the man killed the wolf with a spear. Suzu was in awe of their skills. One of the beasts looked back at the travelers again. The man explained that there was one more big wolf left and offered to do it together. The dark-haired lad made a sweeping leap, and the man swung his spear. Simultaneously, they struck the monster and cut off its head. The huge body of the wolf fell to the ground. Suzu was looking at the travelers in surprise the whole time. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The dark-haired guy waved his hand and thanked the unknown man for his help. By all appearances, Suzu came from the forest, but he didn't look like an adventurer. The dark-haired guy asked Suzu why he was in the forest. The hero explained that as soon as he woke up, he was already in the forest and didn't understand much, so he didn't know how he ended up here. He thought that such a story would work for them. One of the companions suggested that he was attacked by monsters, although the guy looked fine. The hero replied that this was not the case at all. The dark-haired guy looked reproachfully at the Karak-sana. Suddenly, a short old man cautiously looked out of the cart. He thought that the hero had saved them and thanked him for his help. The old man turned out to be a merchant named Karuk. The hero was glad to meet him and introduced himself by the name of Suzu. The merchant smiled and asked him to say his name again. The boy spelled his name one more time. Karak apologized for that. As far as he understood, the hero was Isekai'd Kun. He had said earlier that he had suffered from amnesia. If that was the case, he could give him some help. Karak asked the guy if he had any money with him or anything to prove his identity with. The hero averted his gaze and replied that he didn't really have anything. The old man suggested that maybe he had lost his stuff somewhere in the woods. Without an ID, he would not be able to get into the city. In that case, the Karak asked to take a pouch of coins and use that for the guild's deposit and registration fee. The bewildered Suzu apologized for the inconvenience and thanked him for his help. There was an orc king wandering in the thicket of the forest. The hero glanced questioningly at the old man and clarified that they were silver coins. Karak assumed that wasn't enough for him, but that wasn't what Suzu meant at all. A girl appeared from the carriage and assumed that the guy had also forgotten about their currency. The young girl smiled at the guy and clarified that he was Isekai'd San. The girl's name was Sally, and she was the administrator of the Eintown guild. The girl asked to just be called Sally. Sally asked Isekai'd San if they could take him with them. She would hate to leave him here alone. The old man smiled and said he was fine with it. Suzu got into the carriage with the others and it moved on. Sally asked permission to explain everything from the beginning. First of all, they were now on a forest road near the Eintown. To summarize Sally's story, they were now near the forest south of Eintown and monsters tend to appear near the forest, so Sally and Karak-san were with bodyguards. Also, the hero learned about the currency of this world. The coin with the lowest value is iron, followed by copper, silver, gold and large gold coins. One iron coin was worth 1 tael, and a tael was worth about 10 yen. Sally thought that was all for now. Suzu thanked the girl for the explanation. As the carriage shook, an apple fell from a barrel near Suzu. There was quite a lot of stuff in that carriage, but Suzu didn't understand why they needed it all. After all, there was inventory in this world. The hero asked the Karak why they didn't use inventory. The old man replied that it was a skill that could only be used if you had a talent for magic. Time stops in the inventory, so it was really convenient for merchants, but the mages who could use it were usually high-ranked adventurers or country soldiers, making them expensive to hire. Therefore, they could only carry a certain amount. The hero understood and was thankful for the explanation. He realized that he only had an inventory because of his talent for magic. This reminded Suzu of the analyze skill, which could also hide his skills and other information displayed on the status screen. The guy decided that it was better to hide his skills that looked rare. That way he wouldn't stand out in the future. Soon the carriage with Suzu and the others stopped near the gates of the city. On the gate hung a sign with the name of the city of Eintown. The looking tired soldier yawned and asked the guys to show his ID. The hero hesitated to answer, but Sally helped him and told him he didn't have an ID. The soldier looked at the guys in surprise, not understanding how this was possible. In that case, he said he would need 1 silver coin for collateral, and he would let them touch the magic tool. Suzu didn't understand what it was, and Sally explained that it was a magic tool that would evaluate the person touching it. They weren't supposed to let the bandits enter the city, so they used it. Also, his money would be refunded upon providing the guild card. Since Karak-san had already presented them the money for the guild registration fee, they could go there. Sally was going to wait for him inside. The hero thanked the girl for her help and thought that she was a very nice person. Touching the magic tool, the hero saw his status. He didn't know if it was good or bad. He could read it all, and it must be because of his skill that allowed him to understand the language of another world. He could also communicate with Sally without any problems. He must have been translating what Suzu was saying and vice versa. The tired soldier squinted at the statistic and said that he didn't seem to see any problems. But then the soldier abruptly rose to his feet and apologized for his rudeness when he saw the hero's last name. Sally didn't understand what was wrong and asked the soldier a question. The soldier replied that the man was apparently of noble blood. Suzu was surprised that he was considered to be of noble blood just from having a last name. Now that he mentioned it, the Karak-san and Sally introduced themselves to him. Earlier, the hero thought that they only said their first names, but it was possible that it was actually their full name. Apparently, only a nobleman could have a family name. With these thoughts, the hero used the analyze skill on Sally and the soldier. Due to their status, Suzu was indeed convinced that the Sally and the soldier named Guido did not have a surname. Just as he thought, they only had first names. The girl approached Suzu and asked to see his status. The guy had managed to remove suspicious things from his stats, and now it looked the same as a normal person's. Sally replied that she didn't see anything unusual, and the surprised soldier took another look at the guy's status. He apologized for his mistake and welcomed the hero to their own city. The guy grinned and thought that he had managed to hide his last name using his analyze skill. Now he would have to be more careful when Suzu provided his data. He could finally allow himself to dissolve into long-awaited peace. Sally walked behind the administration desk and repeated herself once more. As an admin, she thanked the hero for his help. Earlier, to his credit, when he registered as an adventurer, he would receive a guild card that he could use instead of his ED, as well as take guild quests. The guy could ask her questions. The registration fee would cost 3 silver coins. The girl asked if he wanted to register as an adventurer, and Suzu agreed. The hero realized that he needed to earn money in order to live in this world. The girl handed the guy a box and asked him to touch it. It had the same evaluation function as the gate. Here they could find out more information about it. Suzu touched the box, after which the receptionist thanked him. Suddenly, Sally's eyes rounded as she looked at the box. The guy thought something was wrong there, but the girl replied in a rush that everything was fine. She pulled a smile on her face and said that she would now explain the aspects of the guild map. This was very important, so Sally asked to listen to her carefully. She held out the guild card to Suz and said that it now belonged to him. From top to bottom it had his name, race, and gender written on it, and below that was the rank. The lowest rank was G, and the highest was S. Rank advancement was determined by the guild based on completed quests and history of defeated monsters, starting at rank D and above. He also had to pass the guild test to receive a rank increase, although there were some exceptions. If the completed quest was below his rank in difficulty, he could be downgraded. On the third line of the map was his criminal record, but the only word that could be there was that he was a bandit. Anyone who does anything illegal, be it murder or theft, would be labeled a bandit. The fourth line is the history of completed quests, and the fifth line is the history of defeated monsters. The moment a quest is completed, it automatically appears on his map. If the hero defeats the bandit, however, it will show up in his history of defeated monsters. Even if he accidentally kills a bandit in a mutually agreed upon duel, he won't become a bandit. Suzu was shocked that there were also duels here. In addition, the hero was shocked that bandits were treated as monsters here. And the last thing about the map was that they could find out if the guild map was forged or not, since it was impossible to falsify it. If Suzu tried to forge one card, he would be executed, so Sally asked him to be careful. A shiver ran through the hero. He thought it was really scary. That was all the explanation about the guild map for now. The girl wanted to clarify if Suzu had any questions. The hero was clear, and the girl replied that it was fine. Suzu had now become an adventurer. Sally hoped that Suzu would always remember his duties as a guild member. The hero smiled and asked her not to doubt it. He thanked her for her detailed explanation. Sally waved goodbye, and Suzu walked out of the hall. The second receptionist looked questioningly at the guy and approached Sally. The employee smiled and said it was rare to hear her called by her first name. Sally, who had never had a man in her life because she expects too much, had finally found a good man. Sally gave the girl a disgruntled look and replied that it was none of her business and asked her to get back to work. The employee silently turned around and went about her business. Sally blushed and thought that she was right, and she had finally found him. When she saw Suzu, she immediately felt that something had changed in her. It was like he'd been born into another world. He also had a talent for magic and martial arts on his list. She had never seen anything like this before. Not only was he her type, but he also listened seriously to her boring explanation. And most importantly, her intuition told her that Suzu was her destiny. The second girl wanted to ask Sally for a request and called out to the girl, who was clearly in the clouds. The hero was now resting in the inn recommended to the soldiers at the gate. This room was quite good for its price. The guy lay down on the bed and thought that he was very tired, but he was not tired physically. It was just that too many things had happened today. The guy looked at his inventory and thought that he had only summoned it with his mind. He had some sort of herb lying in his inventory that was unknown how it was obtained by him. He had no doubts when he helped people in the battle. Even though everything went well, he could have died in it. The hero blamed his recklessness and thought that he needed to become careful in the future from now on. There are bandits in this world, and there were also duels. For the rest of the evening, the hero thought about whether he could survive in such a world. Soon the next morning came, and the first rays of the sun showed behind the high roofs of the buildings. The boy stepped outside and sleepily pulled his arms up. He noticed that the place smelled quite good. Suzu was hungry. Besides, he hadn't eaten anything since he got here. The guy walked into the establishment from where he could smell the delicious aroma. No sooner did Suzu open the doors than the first thing he saw in front of him was a lush lace bust that welcomed him into the establishment. The owner of this bust exclaimed that he was their first customer today. She assumed he had come here for breakfast. The hero was shocked to see the elven maids here. The hero was confused at first and mumbled something. He asked the girls if they had a menu. The elven maids answered that the menu was on the table and assured that everything was delicious. The boy took a seat at the table, all the while staring at the elves. He couldn't believe it was really them. There was nothing like this in the past world, so the hero could only pray for this world. After a while, all his worries dissipated. Looking at those short maid skirts, the blushing guy thought that he was definitely going to enjoy this world. After a delicious breakfast, the hero left the establishment. The elven women smiled at him, and the guy thought that now it was time to go to the guild and take a couple of tasks. If he wanted to explore the outskirts of the city, he needed to buy the right equipment. Although he could rest a few nights in the inn with the money he had, but it wouldn't be enough for long, and he needed to earn more. The first thing the hero was going to do was to find his way to the guild, but he suddenly got lost in the city. He turned into some narrow alleys, where there were almost no people. The guy stopped to catch his breath and exclaimed that he was lost. It seemed as if he had somehow wandered into an abandoned neighborhood. These places looked pretty scary. The hero realized that he would have to ask around to get away from this place as soon as possible. He entered the first establishment he came across and apologized for disturbing him. Suzu wanted to ask the owner how to get out of here. Before he could ask that question, a stern-looking bearded man asked the guy how he knew about this place. The hero looked fearfully at the man, who appeared to be half his height but looked very angry. Judging from his large appearance and low stature, the guy assumed it was a dwarf. Suzu replied that no one had told him about this place, as he just wanted to get directions. The man understood and turned his back to the boy. The dwarf grudgingly replied that this was a gun store, and if he wasn't interested in weapons, he should have gotten the hell out of here. Suzu realized that this man was quite unfriendly, but he was also interested in weapons. The hero approached the old man and said that he was thinking about getting himself a weapon. The dwarf immediately asked the guy about his budget. The hero replied that he currently had 1,300 taels. He planned to earn a little more than that today. With that kind of money, he wouldn't even be able to buy himself a knife. Judging from his movements, he had a talent for magic, but not considering the talent, the dwarf thought that was all Suzu had. The hero was shocked that the man realized this just by looking at his movements. Suzu revealed that when he woke up, he was in the forest with no money on him. He also lost his memory, but he managed to get some money along the way. The salesman wasn't at all interested in what exactly had happened to him, but Suzu thought that was what the dwarf had asked about. Still, the vendor thought that he didn't die in the forest, and that made him stronger. Looking at his body, the dwarf thought his weapons should be a one-handed sword and shield. If he wanted the dwarf to make him a one-handed sword, he had to pay him 10,000 and 5,000 for the shield. But the blacksmith asked him not to tell anyone about this place. He didn't sell his items to anyone who didn't know how to use them. The disgruntled salesman said that was the only reason he didn't throw him out of here. The hero looked talented enough to be a swordsman in the future. The boy noticed that this old man was caring, even though he looked rough. Suzu thought it was a simple trait of the dwarf. He smirked and said he would return as soon as he had gotten enough money. Before leaving, the dwarf wished him luck and not to die out there. Suzu closed the doors behind him at first, but then came back again and asked the dwarf for directions to the guild. Later, Suzu did make his way to the Adventurers Guild in the Eintown branch. There he was greeted by Sally and the other administrators, who apparently had a bunch of paperwork to do. The hero asked Sally if he could take a couple quests from them, and the girl happily agreed. She smiled and said she would explain everything to him on the way. They walked over to the quest board. In order to take a quest, he just had to take a request from the quest board and take it to Sally. But he should have only taken the ones that matched his rank. Right now his rank was G. He could take up herb gathering, be a laborer, and a loader. That was the only thing he could take right now. The other adventurers were apparently interested in Sally, and were constantly looking at her. The hero took one of the plaques and said that he would do some herb gathering. The girl smiled and replied that it was very good. He needed to collect the Zuning grass. It was an extremely important herb that could be used as an anti-hemorrhagic agent after processing. That was the end of the explanation, and Suzu could go. Sally asked him to bring her as much as he could find and said that for one piece of the herb, she would pay him 30 taels. Suzu was surprised, for that was cheap. He assumed it was not uncommon. Actually, Zuning grass was the most common, but it grew in scattered quantities. 90% of the grass around him was poisonous Zunana, so it was difficult to collect it in large quantities. It was cheap because most people brought grass they found by chance. The hero realized this, but suddenly remembered that he had something similar in his inventory. With these thoughts, the hero used his inventory and took out a sprig of an unknown plant. He asked the girl about this herb, and Sally explained that this was indeed Zuning grass. The hero realized that this herb grew in the forest where he had been transported to. If one didn't go too deep into the forest, there probably wouldn't be any monsters. The guy thanked her for her explanation and thought he already knew where to look. After a while, Suzu finally reached the forest and stopped for a breather. For whatever reason, he went around many places but couldn't find it. Previously, The hero thought that there was grass everywhere, but all he found was one poisonous Tsunana. The guy thought that if the poison was strong, he would take it for the future. The poisonous Tsunana could cause diarrhea and stomach pain if eaten. But with this effect, at most it could only exhaust people. Now that Suzu thought about it, he couldn't use his analysis. He didn't know how to find Tsunana grass among these plants. Suzu covered his eyes and thought he could use something like radar. The guy kneeled like that for a while. After that, he grinned and said that it wasn't good. Suddenly, his attention was caught by some kind of click. Suzu noticed a strange triangle-shaped icon near a small clump of grass. When he approached, he noticed the Zunin grass there, but it didn't react to it. The hero assumed that if he stayed near the grass, he could find it. In that case, he already had a plan. The guy ran deep into the forest, where he saw many triangles. The triangles meant that the area was full of the grass he needed. The guy ended up surprising Sally and the rest of the receptionists when he brought them a whole mountain of Zunin grass. Sally said that he had collected a great deal and assumed that he had mixed it all with poisonous Tsunana. The boy smiled and replied that he hadn't. He used his grade on all the grass and thought it was all Tsunana grass. He also complied with the request, and all of these plants were over 15 centimeters long. It was good for him that the length of each one was indeed more than 15 centimeters. It must have grown very fast. The girl asked him to wait literally a minute until she had checked all the grass. Sally was indeed surprised when she placed the grass in the magic box and saw its stats. Apparently it was all really Zunin grass. The girl asked how he was able to gather as much as 203 pieces, and what he meant by the fact that he used an estimate. The girl exclaimed that he didn't have the estimation skill when she tested him. The guy realized that he had miscalculated slightly. In his defense, he said he meant the way he used his instincts to evaluate her. He was really good at that. The girl slammed the table loudly and exclaimed, which she could hardly believe. She clearly heard him deny that he used his evaluation skill. The confused Suzu asked her to calm down. The hero had to admit that he did have an evaluation skill, but the skill just didn't reflect on the status window, which was why he had collected it so much. He glanced at the girl, who was looking at him suspiciously, and thought it was too good. The girl sighed heavily and apologized for losing her head in surprise. She had never heard of skills that didn't show up on the status window, and gave the guy his 6,090 taels. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was close. Suzu thanked her for the reward and asked her to forgive him. After that, he left the guild, and Sally was still thinking about the fact that it was very mysterious. When the hero reached the forge, while still outside, he heard the clanking and clinking of iron. Suzu went inside and apologized for disturbing him. He said he had come to the dwarf to buy a shield. The boy thought he couldn't be heard and shouted throughout the forge. The dwarf ordered him to shut up and just wait for him. The dwarf's roar was so loud that Suzu felt himself being blown away. On the right side in the corner, he noticed a sign and walked closer. Judging by this plaque, the blacksmith's name was Dovarag. While Suzu read the plaque, the dwarf persisted with his work. Dovarag made a few more hard strokes on his piece, then quickly lowered it into the cold water. The water steamed and the dwarf sat down tiredly in a chair. He looked at the surprised boy and said he'd finally finished the thing. Dovarag remembered that the boy had come to him before and asked about the money. The hero replied that he already had enough money for the shield. He could use magic, so one shield would be good for him too. The dwarf clarified if he could indeed use magic. Considering he had a talent for magic, he could be a swordsman, but otherwise his hands would be occupied with a staff and shield. The hero did have a talent for magic, but he didn't know if he should have used his staff. Doverag replied that he had not yet seen anyone with a talent for magic but without a staff. However, he could use magic without a staff. Well, in that case, it would be hard to focus on her actions. Even if he could, magic would be slower than with a staff. Magic was powerful without the staff, but useless if he couldn't hit the enemy. So the staff only sped up the magic. With the speed of magic, Suzu could hit the target without the staff, but if it became even faster with the staff, it would be great. The lad would contemplate buying a staff a little later. In any case, the dwarf asked him not to relax. He had seen many talented people die because they were carefree. The hero smiled and mentally thought to himself that he really was a kind man. He needed a shield anyway. The dwarf held out one of his inventions to him and offered to hold it. The old man's look was quite serious. It seemed to be too heavy for him, so it was worth trying the other one. The hero noticed that the second shield was actually better for him. The dwarf held out the other one to him for comparison. He felt that this shield would suit the hero. Doverag asked the lad's opinion. Suzu was delighted and said that this shield looked great. It was like it had become a part of his body. Suzu now had no doubt that Doverag-san was really a master of his craft. The hero would like to talk to Doverag about the sword. The blacksmith assumed that the lad had some sort of request for the weapon. The lad replied that he had misunderstood him. He was just interested in the process of making the sword. He asked the blacksmith about its tempering. The dwarf didn't understand the Suzu's question at first. The blacksmith demonstrated his work to the young man and dipped the blade of the sword into the burning embers. At Suzu's request, the dwarf heated the blade after the strike and then quickly cooled it down. Doverag found his result surprising. He gingerly touched the blade and noticed that its shape was distorted. And most likely, this blade was fragile. But as soon as the dwarf touched it, his eyes glowed with delight, and steam came out of his nose. He was surprised that the blade was so hard. Doverag understood how it worked. Distortions could also be eliminated depending on how he softened it. But the blacksmith was worried that it would break easily, and the sword was too stiff. In that case, the guy suggested heating it at a lower temperature. If he cooled it slowly, he thought the weapon would soften. However, he didn't know the exact temperature. The dwarf understood and smiled approvingly. He had no idea where the boy had learned such a thing, but it sounded pretty interesting. Doverag said he was about to close his store. He wanted to check it out, so the kid could come back in 2 days. If he could make a quality sword, he would give it to Suzu for free. He escorted the surprised guy out, then quickly slammed the doors behind him. The hero smirked and said that he had had some pretty bad customer service, but now he thought it would be alright. It looked like the blacksmith was happy. The next day came. The hero was interested in yesterday's discussion of the staff, so he decided to check out the adventurers in town. He didn't really want to use his assessment on them, but he needed to get as much information as possible. As for status, the people here were level 30 at best. Surprisingly, there wasn't much difference between the mana of a mage and that of another adventurer. Their skills weren't uncommon either. No one here had a talent for magic or a martial art. Among the adventurers, there were some with a swordsmanship skill at level 1 or 2, and most mages only had one attribute. The hero also looked around the stores, and the only thing that caught his eye was that they sold magic meat. There didn't seem to be any specialty stores here. But here, Suzu was able to buy his own and try some green wolf bread, which was very tasty. The clothes in this world were also special. Strangely enough, even if you were covered in dirt, it could be easily cleaned by just rinsing it with water. It was really convenient. But it was still easier for Suzu to wash it himself, and he really wanted to take a bath. Because of her absence, he really missed the old world. The guy picked the herb and moved it to his inventory. After putting the herb in his inventory, the guy looked up at the sky. He noticed that it was already starting to get dark. He was too focused on gathering the Zuzan grass, and it was best to head home now. The lad turned sharply to the side, when suddenly there was movement from behind the bushes. It turned out to be a huge green wolf that decided to attack the guy, but Suzu managed to deftly dodge to the side. The hero was surprised to encounter a green wolf here and assumed it was just too deep into the forest. The wolf was in a jump and was already landing on the ground. The guy thought he might as well shoot the moment it landed. Then she decided to give him a slime pillow as a thank you. The fireball hit the target, but the hero noticed that there were two more of the same wolves heading towards him. The hero decided not to mess with them and just run off into the forest, but the wolves followed him. As he ran away, Suzu pulled out his shield just in case. As he went a little deeper into the forest, he noticed that a pack of wolves surrounded him on all sides. The aggressive beast roared to attack. The hero raised his hand and used fire magic. The wolves burst into bright flames. At that moment, Suzu heard the notification of his level up, but there were still 2 wolves left. When the hero turned towards the attacking wolf, he noticed that for some reason there was only one beast in front of him. Suzu didn't realize where the second enemy was at first. The guy heard a noise above his head and saw the second wolf from above. The aggressive beast collided with his shield and tried to chew through the defense with its teeth. While the wolf tried in vain to break through the shield, Suzu smirked and looked at the second wolf that was running towards him. All he had to do to use magic was simply visualize it and create it. The guy used his all-channeled stone spear. His earth magic mercilessly rained down on the enemy and pierced through its body. The spear shattered apart and the defenseless beast flew aside. At first, the beast landed on its feet, its teeth bared in pain. The wolf fell to the ground with a thud. The hero sighed in relief and thought that he had not been careful enough. This wolf had gotten very close to him. Once again, Suzu was able to surprise the adventurers in the guild when they saw his prey. As usual, the boy brought them a pile of grass. Sally was almost drowning in it and sighed heavily. The girl counted 697 stalks of Zuzan grass. She simply had no words, but she had already learned to discard common sense in regards to the Suzu. The hero hoped it was a compliment. In total, the guy managed to get 20,910 taels. The girl wondered if he had really been collecting it all day. The guy thanked her for the reward and said that he had been concentrating on gathering herbs. Because of that, he didn't notice when he got too deep and was attacked by a pack of green wolves. Sally was frightened when she heard about the pack of green wolves and asked if the boy was really all right. The hero replied that there were only 5 wolves and he killed them with magic. The girl thought it was amazing that he killed them with magic. Magic was ineffective against groups of monsters, so Sally wondered how he was able to kill them. The hero replied that he simply dodged their attacks and used his shield to reflect them with magic. By all appearances, Sally found this hard to believe. The girl realized that it wasn't easy. For one thing, you had to concentrate and stay still for about 3 seconds to cast magic. If he had used a shield to protect himself from them, she thought he wouldn't have been able to focus. She hinted at the size of her breasts, but that wasn't what he meant. What was more important was that he was really fine. Sally said she could call a mage for him if he needed a potion or healing spell. The hero asked not to worry and assured her that he was fine. Meanwhile, he thought it was funny that there was also a healing spell here. The boy thought that was a good thing. Apparently, he needed to learn more about magic in this world. In this world, his mana regenerated at a rate of 1 unit per minute. His mana reserve was over 2,000 points. It appeared that he was recovering mana at a rate of more than 2 units per minute. It would be foolish for him to continue using inexpensive spells. He needed strong magic that could fend off multiple enemies and maybe healing spells. He needed something to compensate for his lack of perception. The boy decided that he would develop magic. From now on, his goal would be to become a sword mage thanks to his skills. The boy came to the forest and thought he could test his magic here. He currently needed search-type magic to make up for his lack of knowledge of the area. One had to visualize as if he was releasing his magic outward. Suzu stopped in front of one of the trees. One needed to visualize magical energy coming out of his hand. Suzu also needed to visualize it reaching the tree in front of him. Apparently, the hero had succeeded, and what he felt was amazing. Right now, he could feel the very bark of the tree. Suzu thought he understood everything and decided to try to expand his radius. This time, he applied his magic to the entire environment. It was unfathomable to the mind. He could sense different animals, rocks, plants, trees, and even birds. A bunch of information was now being transferred right into his head. The hero explained that this wasn't really good, and he couldn't take it anymore. The guy collapsed on the ground and thought that he couldn't use this in real combat. Right now, it felt like his head was going to explode. There was too much information being carried over and clogging up his head. The hero speculated that this could only come out because he hadn't defined what he wanted to find. The hero decided to try again and focus. One had to spread his magical energy around and filter it through analysis and information. Suzu covered his eyes and applied his skill on the nearest radius. Now he noticed that the way the magic manifested had changed on its own. He got a window that was like a circular map, but it only showed one object he was searching up to a certain range. So if he overlaid the maps to search for different objects on top of each other, he would be able to do well. Suzu was thrilled when he succeeded. With his skills, he was able to make himself a primitive radar. It seems that this magic was called perception magic. There were 50 circular maps in total. The current radius was up to 50 meters. He would need mana to extend the range. He had no cost to maintain it, so the radar could stay active all the time. Now he wouldn't get ambushed like last time. The hero also remembered that 3 days ago, Dave Ragsen had said he would give him the sword when he finished it. Suzu thought he would go see him after that. He was curious about the tempering process as well. After his radar training, the hero headed out of the forest straight to Davarag's workshop. The hero wished him a good day and asked about his sword. Davarag yawned tiredly and said it was ready. It seemed to the blacksmith that it was simply amazing what could be done with hardening. Coal iron, which had been released recently, is quite strong, but when he hardened it, the resulting iron was stronger than any other special metal. The hero thought that by coal iron he meant steel. This means that what he had used before, and could have been wrought iron or something similar. Wrought iron after hardening would not show any noticeable effect, unlike steel. The blacksmith reminded Suzu that he had promised to give him the sword for free and offered his own version. He had made it yesterday. It was one of his best works, and the hero could use it until he got the special rank B material. The satisfied blacksmith smirked and offered to try swinging this sword. The hero picked it up and agreed. Although he didn't know how to handle a sword, he tried holding the weapon in his hands. The hero concentrated, gripped the blade tightly in his hands, and made a sharp lunge forward with a swing. From the way he swung, he didn't look like a novice. As the blacksmith thought, he must have been a swordsman before he lost his memory. The guy knew how to swing a sword and could become stronger. The hero grinned and thought that he was simply incredible. It was all thanks to his talent for martial arts. Suzu told the old man that this sword was good in his hand and asked if he could really take it. The blacksmith offered to take it for a small price since he could now make better swords than before. Davrak told the guy that he had taught him a type of secret technique and asked him to tell him something. It seemed strange to the blacksmith that the guy could really give him such a special technique so easily. But Suzu didn't mind if Davrak spread this technique. After all, techniques were created to be used. In any case, teaching it to him wouldn't make things worse for Suzu. Davrak smirked and said those were appropriate words for the young man. The blacksmith said to tell him if the lad needed anything in the future. Besides, the old man noticed something about the lad. He noticed that Suzu was not a mage, but for whatever reason, he never wore armor. The hero was so happy with his shield that he had completely forgotten about it. Since the blacksmith had mentioned it to him, Suzu would like to get some light armor. He needed something that didn't restrict his movements. In that case, the blacksmith recommended leather armor. Davrak only dealt in sheet metal armor, but he was familiar with the master tanner. The blacksmith offered to tell them that Davrak had sent him. The boy found it amusing that there was another master craftsman here. Along the way, the hero was curious to see if this master would be something like a dwarf like Davrak. Suzu walked into the trading shop and opened the doors, after which a loud bell rang. There he was met by a young girl who greeted the adventurous newcomer with a smile. The hero assumed her name was the clerk. He replied that he had been recommended to come here by the Davrak-san. The blacksmith said that if he needed armor, this was the most appropriate place. The girl thought it was strange that she was recommended by Davrak-san. She asked the guy if he was really an adventurous newcomer. Suddenly her gaze fell on the hero's sword that Suzu held in his hands. The guy held out the sword for the girl to take a closer look at it. The clerk immediately recognized this sword, which was made by Davrak-san. Guy figured she must have noticed all those little details by now. Clerk started looking for scraps of leather, but Suzu didn't understand what she was going to do. Suddenly, Clerk tossed one of the small found scraps of cloth upwards. The boy in no way expected the clerk to swing his sword and cut the flap of cloth into 2 equal pieces. The girl herself was apparently surprised by this as well. The clerk exclaimed that his weapon was quite sharp. The boy thought that the girl was not in her right mind, since she used his thing in such a way. The hero also noticed that there was no one else here but them. This gave him a crazy thought. Surely this wench must have been the master that Davrak-san had spoken of. The clerk smiled and confirmed that this sword was indeed created by the blacksmith Davrak. But this was the first time she had seen such high-quality steel. Suzu found it equally strange that this girl used a male pronoun to refer to herself. The clerk held out the weapon to him and said that a good sword needed good armor as well. She asked about the material the guy preferred. He only had to say the word, and she would do everything for him. The hero inquired about the materials available. The girl pointed to the wall where leather samples were hanging. The first leather she pointed to was a Gardon leather. Although it cost around 15,000 bodies, it had excellent defense. It was comparable to metal armor, and it was much easier to move around with. It had no standout weaknesses, and it was one of the clerk's favorites. If the hero wanted a cheaper option, she could offer him a green wolf skin, but it had low defense and was vulnerable to fire. 1 hit of simple fire magic would be a disaster for him, so she didn't recommend it. Suzu immediately remembered the moment he had set one of the wolves on fire. The clerk didn't have any other materials, so she assumed that the hero would choose Gardon's hide, of course. In fact, originally the girl had only made armor from the customer's materials. Since she mainly sold gear for novice adventurers, she didn't have the money to keep expensive items. The boy didn't understand why she said that with such pride. Suzu's gaze shifted to something interesting nearby. At a small table, he noticed some armor and asked about it. The clerk hesitated to answer and smiled awkwardly. She replied that it was a light armor, designed with the expectation that it would use the wearer's mana without permission to automatically use protective magic. But the mana consumption was more than expected, so most people can only activate protective magic for 30 minutes before it returns to its normal appearance. This description of the armor apparently interested Suzu. The clerk said that was the reason why this armor became a decoration in the store. The hero thought that this armor used mana to activate the defense mechanism, but it would be the perfect armor for him. To make sure of his decision, the guy applied the evaluation skill on the armor. He read that the armor was a prototype of a magical protective garment and absorbed 20 points of the wearer's mana per hour. Ordinary adventurers couldn't use its full potential, but with his mom, his natural regeneration was still more consumed by the armor. Suzu asked about its protection and also wanted to know its price. The clerk hesitated and said she was as tough as Gardon's hide, so she could sell her to him for the same price. The clerk was concerned that the hero did want to buy her, but she didn't advise him to do so. The boy smiled and replied that he just wanted to try her. If she was too bad, he would buy leather armor. The clerk calmed down and said with a smile on her face that in that case it should be fine. In that case, the clerk took a few measurements and warned that the armor should be ready by tomorrow evening, so the hero could come when the evening bell rang. The lad understood and thanked her. Suzu also assumed that the clerk was selling something else besides armor. The thing was, he was thinking of buying a staff. The clerk replied that in that case, he would have to go to the store next door. Just as they were talking, as if out of nowhere a door appeared in the wall. The doors opened and out stepped a girl with a staff in her hand and a wizard's hat. She stepped inside and asked if they had summoned her. The clerk huffed and asked her not to enter her store without permission. The girl thought everything was fine, so she didn't understand her claim. Suzu found the whole thing rather surprising. This girl was apparently an actual mage. Furthermore, she looked like a full-fledged mage. The girl smiled at the guy and introduced herself as Arai. Arai was wearing a long dress with a corset, a wizard's hat, and a long cloak. Arai assumed that the hero needed a staff. The clerk replied that apparently he had been recommended this place by Dave Rag-san. Suzu marveled that it turns out the Dave Rag was very famous. As the enchantress stepped closer to the boy, the hero noticed that she was quite beautiful. Arai grabbed his hand and told him that in that case he should definitely go to her store. She sold a lot of stuff and pulled the hero with her out the door. The clerk followed them into the Arai store. When they went inside, the hero was immediately surprised by the appearance of the place. There were very high ceilings and a spiral staircase that led somewhere upstairs. There were also flying lanterns that were intertwined with beautiful hanging fabrics. While Suzu marveled at the unusual shape of the building, the girl suggested getting down to business and pointed with her hand towards the wall. On the walls hung a variety of staffs of different shapes and sizes, and the girl asked what type of staff he preferred. The hero was surprised by so many kinds and asked how they differed. Basically, the longer the staff was, the higher its speed of magic. But the difficulty of control was proportional to the length of the staff. People chose the staff they were more comfortable with. The standard length was between 60 and 120 centimeters. While the Arai was talking about this, she took one of the staffs in her hands. She offered the guy a slower version of the staff, which was 60 centimeters long. When he used magic, its speed would be multiplied 10 times. Small spaces such as a dungeon wouldn't need that much speed, so it was best suited for use in dungeons. The hero understood what she was talking about. In that case, the guy asked if she had a staff that increased her speed by 3 times. Such numbers made Arai laugh for some reason, and she could barely contain her laughter. The girl imagined such a staff and said she didn't have one. Not only would it be useless because it couldn't hurt the enemy, but it would only be 20 centimeters in size. Suzu knew that his magic was quite fast without a staff, so he thought that triple acceleration would be enough. And since he was using a sword and shield, he needed a staff that size, so it wouldn't get in the way while traveling. The girl once again could barely contain her laughter when she heard that the hero was using a sword and shield. Suzu was such an interesting person that Arion offered to make such a staff for him, but it wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. She also warned that she would not take responsibility if it proved useless. Suzu realized that in all likelihood, his words sounded rather strange. Sally-san had also mentioned earlier that people needed to concentrate in order to use magic. So the hero assumed that a magic swordsman was a great rarity in this world. Anyway, if Arion could make him the staff he wanted, then Suzu would be happy. The hero looked at one of the staffs with interest, and an idea popped into his head. He thought it was a good idea to just cut off 20 centimeters from this staff. Hearing that, Arion couldn't stand it and laughed loudly. It was so funny to her that she bent at the knees and clung to the ground. Claire was also grabbing her stomach with loud laughter. Arion replied that staffs had functions on different parts, so shortening it wouldn't make it useful. She couldn't even finish that sentence because she was laughing so hard. Suzu didn't understand anything, but apparently it was normal to not understand anything. Still also kicking her stomach, the girl said that by tomorrow night, his gear would be ready. The hero asked to cut it short and couldn't wait for tomorrow anymore. After visiting the store, the hero went into the guild where he met Sally. The girl wished him a good day and asked if the hero had some time. She wanted to talk about his rank increase. She also wanted to talk about the Zunane herb and the case of the green wolves. Suzu's contribution was deemed sufficient to raise his rank. However, since adventurers were required to have different experiences, one had to fulfill at least one of the routine requests in order to be promoted for the first time. For example, he could be a janitor, a loader, a babysitter, or he could be a gatherer. So if the hero wanted a promotion, he had to consider taking one of the above tasks. Suzu realized the scheme of how it all worked and approached the order board. The hero started looking for tasks that were his rank G. There were tasks on garbage collection and cargo transportation. The hero didn't take long to choose and took the one he liked the best. He smilingly held out the task plate to Sally and said he would take this one. Sally looked at the plate with a strange smile and said that he had chosen a rather strange task. The guy had chosen to haul iron or of rank G. The reward was 2 bodies per kilogram hauled, and there was a limited number of them. Sally thought that it shouldn't be a problem since transporting iron ore was also considered a chore, but this task was also not popular like gathering Zenana grass. Considering the weight and distance required for this request, there was a better task. Sally wanted to be sure that the hero was going to take this particular assignment. The guy thought he had taken a quest that in all likelihood wasn't worth doing, but he had an inventory, so he thought he would be fine. Suzu wanted to ask the girl how the capacity of the inventory was measured. Sally thought it had to do with his maximum mana when he first opened it and his maximum mana when using the inventory. This meant that the number of slots he could have in his inventory was proportional to his initial mana points. That was why he had 1,012 slots in his inventory. Each slot had a capacity limit proportional to his maximum mana points when he opened the inventory. The hero wondered how much weight he could put in his inventory. Thanks to this query, he felt that this was a jackpot for him. The guy thanked Sally for the explanation and left. About that time, somewhere nearby in a field, a small furry animal with horns on its head was sleeping. The little fox-like animal heard a strange sound and opened one eye. At that moment, a Suzu ran past it with heavy sighs and panting, and almost stepped on the animal. The beast barely had time to jump aside in its haste to avoid being crushed. Suzu was running at a current speed of 20 kilometers per hour. With this speed, he was betting that he could beat these Olympic marathon runners. Since he had raised his level, he could run without getting out of breath. Suzu could run like this all day, but he didn't want to do it. He finally spotted the village. He was in such a hurry to get to nearby. Suzu approached the first villager he saw and apologized. He said that he was here to fulfill a request from the guild. A man with a heavy sack on his shoulder asked to see his guild map. Looking at the map, the man thought it looked plausible. In that case, he led the Suzu to a whole mountain of iron ore and asked him to carry as much as he could. While the hero looked at the mountains of iron ore in surprise, the man worried about his frail physique. He hoped that this adventurer would be all right. At the rising music of JoJo, the worker opened his mouth in surprise and shock. The hero began to climb up the mountains of iron ore. The man asked how much he could put in his inventory right now. Suzu thought he could put about 1,550,000 kilograms in there. The man found it hard to believe that his inventory was that big, because even he could only carry up to 200 kilograms. Suzu realized what the standard was for inventories here, but apparently the hero had one that was roomier than the others. He didn't even know how much more he could have put in it. The man said that as it was, they were short on carriers for a number of reasons, and would appreciate it if he continued to help with transportation from the iron ore in the future. Suzu would be happy to help them, though he didn't know how long he would stay in this city. As the hero loaded 2,012 kilograms of ore into his inventory, he felt like his inventory was full. The man replied that it was quite a lot. But the man found it strange that even after filling up his inventory, the hero could still collect it. The hero replied that it was only his one full slot, and he still had over 1,000 still free slots. Hearing this, the man turned pale and covered in cold sweat. The man thought that the hero was some incarnation of a chest or something, but Suzu wished he was just a human. After a while, there was a commotion in the smelter. One of the workers asked the boss to look at it. The boss didn't understand why the place was getting so noisy and walked over to see what was wrong. Everyone, including the boss, opened their mouths in surprise and couldn't believe their eyes. But the crazy bear beat him to it. He told her that she could say anything she wanted, but Ike's wouldn't listen to her. The boss exclaimed that their vault was full. It was hard for him to imagine how many moves he had made. The hero smiled and said that he had done it all in one go. In fact, he could have brought a lot more, but he was stopped after he filled the 5th slot. The man said that if he took more of that too, they wouldn't have any storage space afterward. If they already had that amount, they wouldn't need to create a new request just yet. Both he and she were stunned by the plush creature's statement. When the guild evaluation was over, he received a rank F. He thought that Sally had said something about him, but decided not to worry about it. Initially, when Sally looked at the report, she didn't understand how the guy managed to carry a whole 10 tons. The next day, the guy came to the store to get his staff. Upon seeing it, Suzu thought it just fit him perfectly. But Era thought that this short staff would be impossible to use in any way. Despite her opinion, the hero thanked her for the staff. He said it would be more than enough. Pulling the wide cloak over his shoulders and putting on his new gear, the hero said that everything was ready. Ira was still trying not to laugh and handed the guy a small wand, which to Suzu was a staff. It looked more like an index stick than a staff. When the hero said that it looked pretty nice, the girl couldn't stand it and laughed. Finished with all the chores, the hero rushed towards the forest. He was now fully equipped, and it was time to test it in battle. He was going to go deep into the forest. With the help of his radar, he spotted many dots and stopped abruptly. The sound of the radar meant that there was something up ahead. Suzu looked closer and saw a huge pack of green wolves in the forest. There were so many of them that the hero counted around 300 or even 500 individuals. There were too many of them, so Suzu was worried that he might not be able to handle them. But if he tried to run away from them and they spotted him, he could inadvertently lead them to the city. In all likelihood, the guy had no choice but to fight them. When he opened a few potion bottles, a few wolves had already spotted him. The guy drank a mana regeneration acceleration potion. This potion had already gotten dusty in the magic shop. It accelerated natural mana regeneration tenfold for 3 hours. Although this item was useless to ordinary magicians, but to Suzu, it was a valuable item. With these thoughts, he took out a shield and sword from his inventory. A huge pack of wolves was already running towards him. The guy raised his shield towards the wolves and used earth magic. In a few seconds, he created many stone spears that resembled arrows. Some wolves were wounded by his spears, and some still managed to dodge his attacks. The guy was glad that it actually worked. When he researched magic, he learned 5 things regarding it. He could channel more mana units into his magic and thus increase its firepower, but he could only channel a maximum of 10 mana units per second. Although channeling 10 times more mana into it, the area of effect would not increase by 10 times. Against a few monsters, Suzu just needed to use a lot of spells. The guy took out his small wand-like staff and used fire magic. Using fire magic, he summoned many fireballs. The fireballs began to explode and formed a large explosion as they approached the pack of wolves. The wolves screamed and their bodies began to go up in flames. In this way, Suzu was able to deal with a small bunch of beasts. He targeted the rest of the pack with stone spears. The green wolves managed to run towards him and dodged the swift attacks in parallel. When they were quite close to the Suzu, the hero drew his sword. In parallel with his shield and sword, fireballs and stone spears kept flying towards the wolves. The 3 wolves jumped at the Suzu and were about to sink their teeth into it. But the stone spears and fireballs knocked the enemies down, and the hero finished off the wolves with his sharp sword. After a while, everything finally quieted down. This was exactly what the hero had expected from the green, dumb-headed wolves. He crouched down on a small rock among the mountains of dead bodies of the beasts, and said that they were all coming at him head-on. It had only been 3 minutes in his entire battle, but they had been worth it. Suzu ran his finger across his cheek to clean the blood from the scratch. His time was not wasted, for he had raised his skills well. He now had information analysis, full mastery, otherworldly language, status as an otherworlder, talent for magic, talent for martial arts, talent for all kinds of magic. The magic of fire, water, earth, perception, pressure, and recovery he had raised to the 3rd level. But still, Suzu thought that these wolves were quite a few. He had defeated as many as 513 of them, and he thought that the green wolves were gathering in rather large packs. After thinking about it for a bit, the guy got to his feet and figured it didn't matter. He should just go back and report this to the Sally-san. But before he could go back, he needed to collect all those bodies. While the hero was minding his own business, somewhere in the thick of the forest, a few more frightened wolves were running along with a boar. A spiky tail emerged from the dense vegetation, and a huge clawed paw stepped on the ground. With a single sweep of its huge armored tail, this creature could bring down a tree. It was extremely aggressive and strong, and its entire body was covered in spiked armor. Sally shuddered when she heard that the hero had killed 513 green wolves. Besides, she didn't understand where he could have found that many. The hero replied that he found them after 15 minutes of wandering through the forest. He suggested that it was a strange phenomenon. The girl explained that normally green wolves did not gather in such large packs. 100 in a pack was still considered the norm, but not 500 individuals. Which meant that Suzu was just unlucky, or was he really lucky? He had gotten quite a bit of experience for them. Sally was concerned about the situation, but she was glad that Suzu came back in one piece. Anyway, she offered to sell him the corpses of the green wolves. She could buy about 100 pieces, and the hero agreed to 100. Later, the hero stopped by the blacksmith and wished him a good day. He asked to check the condition of his sword and shield. Darag gladly agreed and asked him to show him the weapons. The blacksmith took a few seconds to assess the condition of the blade. As far as he could see, the guy had been hunting green wolves, and it looked like he had been hunting them for more than 2 days. The hero motioned for the dove rag to tell him more. He could tell from the scratches on his shield that the green wolves had done it. The blacksmith could also see from his sword that the hero had killed many monsters, and he looked like he had slain more than 100 of them. When Dovrag first saw the Suzu, he didn't think he was capable of such a feat. The hero, meanwhile, was himself marveling at how awesome the blacksmiths were. Suzu assumed that he had wielded his sword correctly because his status had increased. The blacksmith pointed out that even if his status had increased, he didn't think he had increased enough for Suzu to be able to swing the sword better. The hero waited for the blacksmith for a while, after which Dovrag said that everything was ready. The boy was grateful for his work. The blacksmith replied that his shield was still fine, so he only fixed the sword. The blacksmith asked him to be careful with it and still advised him to change it. Suzu didn't understand what Dovrag meant. Even though his sword was quite strong, it was still iron. It was much weaker than a sword with special metal or the metal of a rare monster. Considering the guy's skills, he should have had a spare sword with him. The hero understood everything and immediately thought about rare monsters and their materials, such as the dragon. The guy asked what the price of the dragon sword was if he wanted to take it. Dovrag replied that if it was a dragon sword that it would cost at least 4 billion taels. The boy was shocked when he heard that price. Dovrag replied that dragons only have 5 body parts suitable for making a sword. Plus, as for the dragons themselves, they were so rare that they were considered legendary. To be honest, the blacksmith believed that a hero couldn't put a price on these things. If he showed up, some countries would be destroyed and the world would be thrown into chaos. The hero was surprised at how powerful dragons were. As far as he realized dragon material was not obtainable. In the case, he asked what type of material he should choose. If sharpness was important to him, then it would be a sword made of iron lizard metal. The hero didn't know who it was and asked to tell more about it. The blacksmith replied that it was a B-rank monster, a large lizard covered in hard metal. The metal covering the skin is the material they need for swords. However, it is really tough and normal swordsmen don't stand a chance against these lizards. If one lizard showed up in a small town with a couple mages like this one, there would be a bloodbath. If the hero wanted a blacksmith to make a sword out of this material, its price would be from 5 million. Besides, in terms of physical resistance, metal lizards were better than dragons. Suzu couldn't believe that lizards were that powerful, although he didn't care, because there was no way to find them anyway. Even if he decided to hunt them, it would be far in the future. The next day, the hero found that the guild was closed for some reason, and a lot of people were gathered around the entrance. It was written on the entrance that they had an emergency. Any adventurer who could fight was ordered to come to the forest gate. The people dispersed to different sides, discussing this unusual situation. Everyone was worried and didn't understand what was wrong. Among the crowd, the hero spotted Sally San and asked her about the emergency. The girl told him that after he told him about the green wolves yesterday, they decided to send some adventurers to scout. They discovered that there was a mob of monsters coming this way. Thanks to Suzu, they have time to prepare, so they were grateful to him. As far as the hero understood, they were gathering adventurers to fight the monsters that were about to show up. From the way she said it, it looked like it was a large group of monsters. It was good that they spotted them early, otherwise it would have been the city that would have been destroyed in the sudden invasion. Suzu assumed it would be a simple defensive battle, and they just needed to protect the gate. The girl replied that this was not the case. It was confirmed that there were Gururgans there, known for their high penetrating power. If they only defended the gate, the walls would be destroyed, so the hero could help on the front lines and destroy as many of them as possible. Of course, all participants would be rewarded. The gate, meanwhile, they could leave it to the newcomers. Suzu replied that he was a rookie, but Sally wanted him on the front lines. Sally meant that he was a rookie due to having just become an adventurer, but he was most likely one of the most powerful adventurers in this city. Since they only have weak monsters in their surroundings, they are just a weak branch of the guild. Sally asked to help them and stand in the front lines. Suzu was surprised to learn that this guild branch was so weak. The hero understood everything and thought that there was nothing that could be done about it. Sally was insanely happy that he agreed and thanked him for his help. He would be one of the strongest pillars supporting their plan, so Sally asked him to be careful. A few adventurers approached them and told Sally that they were ready. The girl understood and asked to go with Suzu to the front of the line. Before she could look back and say that, the Suzu was already tearing towards the forest. The adventurers and Sally looked at him in confusion. Not only were they asking him to go to the front lines, they were asking him not to get hurt. It was a completely impossible request. It probably meant that Sally expected a lot from him. Nevertheless, the hero was already very attached to the city. Besides, it was a good chance to gain experience. Suzu hurried forward and thought that he would definitely stop the invasion of the city. Even though he drank the mana recovery acceleration potion, his mana was not limitless. If he used his current mana as hard as he could, he would only be able to last for about 20 minutes. When the hero was deep in the forest, he noticed many dots on his radar. Right in front of him was a large pack of green wolves. The wolves bared their teeth and pounced to attack. Suzu took his shield and sword in his hands. Rushing into a frontal attack, the hero thought he would kill the monsters within sword swinging distance. He would then use his magic to hit them with stone arrows. With the stone arrows, several green wolves were nailed to trees. The hero heard a notification that his damage had increased due to his level increase. Suzu believed that he could do it. While the guy was busy massacring the green wolves, suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a huge vulture ran out at him. When he saw its huge tusks, he realized it was a boar. Suzu didn't hesitate and took out his small staff. He swung his small stick and used a stone spear, which swept down on the wolf and stopped it. The vulture cried out in pain and raised its head. The wounded wild animal got even more angry and was about to trample Suzu. Suzu was shocked that this huge vulture didn't stop. With its tusks, the boar hit the guy and Suzu fell to the ground. Thanks to the monster's jerk, the hero realized that this was exactly what Sally was talking about. He used the assessment on the boar. This huge boar was called a Gargan. It had 3,500 units from health, but it had no mana. Instead of mana, he had 250 points of strength. Just as the hero thought, it took 7 stone spears to reduce his health by only 30%. By the way, with that amount, he could kill as many as 10 green wolves. The Gaur's eyes began to roll upwards and the monster stopped. For whatever reason, the huge monster collapsed on the ground by the fallen tree. Its health was now at 0, and the guy thought he had won. This seemed surprising to him, because as far as he could remember, it had not mortally wounded him. But that was the only explanation, as 70% of his health was suddenly gone. It didn't matter to the hero now. He was more interested in the movement of the monsters. With these thoughts, he loaded the carcass of a huge boar into his inventory. Unlike the green wolves he had met the other day, all seemed to be running straight ahead. Although he didn't know much about the monsters' behavior, it seemed to him that they were running away from something. If he went there, he could understand the reason for their behavior. Suzu crouched low, pushed himself off the ground and jumped up high. Above the treetops, he saw a small forest clearing with many animals running through it. The same boars and green wolves were there, as well as other kinds of animals. The hero observed the behavior of the monsters for a while. They were clearly worried and scared about something because they were in a hurry. As Suzu thought, they seemed to be running away from something. Suddenly, in the distance, the guy noticed a strange movement, but it was no longer beasts. The soldiers immediately ran up to His Highness and were glad that she had woken up. Thanks to his evaluation skill, Suzu read the name of this creature. In front of him stood that iron lizard. It had 2,800 health and 1,200 strength. In the end, Suzu came across this creature, the same iron lizard that Dove Rag-sen had mentioned. His health was lower than that of a Gaur, but he would probably be difficult to wound due to his armor. Suzu concluded that all the monsters were fleeing because of his presence. In any case, the hero didn't think that fighting alone would be a good idea. He had to go back and report it to the guild. No sooner had he thought about it than he noticed the predator's deadly stare on him. The lizard opened its huge maw and lunged towards Suzu with a deafening roar. Not only had he been found, but this lizard was catching up with him at a frightening speed. The hero realized that this creature's speed was faster than his speed, so Suzu wasn't sure he could escape it. The guy tried to push himself away from the tree and move forward, but the lizard was catching up with him. Suzu still thought the only option was to retreat. The lizard was known as a swordsman killer due to the fact that it had such strong armor, and using any physical attack or stone spear would most likely have no effect on it. Knowing this, the guy took out his small wand staff. The current maximum amount of mana he could channel to enhance his magic was 10 mana points per second. At the moment of escape, the hero tried channeling it for 1 minute. At some point, the hero turned towards the lizard and used a large fireball attack. A powerful stream of fire rained down directly on the lizard chasing him. Despite such a torrent of fire, apparently the creature appeared to be intact. The hero couldn't believe his eyes. The steel lizard was about to bite him, but Suzu managed to dodge upwards. In the air, he saw the huge spiky tail of the steel lizard already catching up with him. The hero had no choice but to try to hold back the blow. The steel tail of the lizard took down an entire tree in one fell swoop and tossed the guy aside. The tree collapsed to the ground, and Suzu was thrown back with such force that his body slipped several dozen meters. Even though the lizard only hit his left leg, it still broke a bone. The hero was glad that he had already learned healing magic and could help himself. But still, he couldn't let his guard down. If he fainted, he would be finished and a direct hit would kill him instantly. Thinking back to his friends and acquaintances, there was no way the guy could let this monster enter the city. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he would definitely kill it. But since he didn't have magic with stabbing effect, he had no choice but to create a new magic like earth magic. Suzu came up with the idea of using lightning magic. The guy pointed his shield wand at the enemy, but for some reason his magic wouldn't activate. Perhaps there was another condition to realize an unusual imagination. The hero sighed heavily in pain and barely dodged the lizard's attack. The lizard tried to run him over with its huge clawed paws, and the guy realized that his business was bad. With his current magic, he couldn't do anything. But then the hero noticed the way the lizard moved and looked at his paws. He thought he had another option. Unlike sword fighting, magic could be accumulated to increase its power. The hero had once heard that it was a projectile that tanks use to increase penetration. The projectile they launch doesn't necessarily have to have a high explosive power. Rather, it has to be fast and use pressure to penetrate solid armor. In a way, the iron lizard was like a tank, and the only way to break through this hard armor was to use the magic learned in his training. This magic was called pressure magic, which had already reached the 3rd level. The guy thought that it was going to be a gamble from now on. He was going to put all the 9,000 mana points he had left into this magic. Suzu moved his sword and staff back into his inventory and left only his shield. He had to wait for about 15 minutes for his next attack. As long as the hero knew the behavior of this lizard, he could easily dodge its quick attack. But also, he should not forget about the tail attack. He figured that if he used his martial arts talent to read its movement, he would calculate which direction the lizard would swing its tail. The hero realized that he could fend off the blow, but it was still very painful. In the end, the guy lasted 15 minutes, and his training was complete. Without hesitation, Suzu ran at the huge lizard and thought that all he had to do was pick out the weakest part of the enemy's armor. It probably should have been hit where it was rarely hit. The hero leaped over the lizard's head and aimed for its back. The monster clearly didn't expect such a maneuver and only managed to raise its head. The hero offered a taste of his all-out attack. In his hands, a magical ball began to form, which grew larger and larger. This ball turned into an instant shot. With the pressure magic, Suzu was able to nail the huge lizard to the ground. The lizard opened its mouth and screamed deafeningly. Its screams frightened Suzu, but he was hopeful of his success. Several spiky splinters on its back cracked, and the monster lay on its stomach. The hero stepped aside and thought he had succeeded. His frightened gaze met the beastly stare of this monster. It turned out that the guy's attack was able to pierce through the lizard's back, and thus the lizard fell dead to the ground. The tattered hero heard his system send a notification. Not believing his eyes, the guy grinned and said that he had defeated it single-handedly. The hero checked his surroundings, returning to the city just in case, but the radar was silent. It looked like all the monsters that the iron lizard had controlled had retreated. Suzu hoped that Sally-san and the others were safe. The hero spotted a girl who called out to him across the field and ran towards him. She was glad he was still alive. Suzu didn't understand why she thought he was dead. The girl ran up to him and tried to catch her breath. They decided he was dead because he himself rushed forward. The monsters had already fled, and he was nowhere to be seen. Barely holding back tears, Sally asked where he was, for she was very worried about him. The hero didn't think she would become so emotional over one adventurer. Suzu replied that he was sorry. Yet earlier she had told him to go to the front lines and defeat as many monsters as possible. Sally meant for him to join the others on the front line and fight off the monsters. She hadn't asked him to commit a suicidal act. Now that the hero was trying to remember that, he realized what she really meant. Sally took a deep breath to calm herself down. She asked what he was doing when the monsters retreated. The boy replied that he had been checking out the neighborhood after he had encountered the iron lizard. Sally couldn't believe her ears and asked again about the lizard. The girl fidgeted from side to side and said it was bad. They should have informed the other mages, but there were only 5 mages in the city, and they needed to ask for reinforcements. The hero asked not to worry about it, because he had defeated her. Sally thought she had heard it, but Suzu told her that he had defeated the Iron Lizard. Suzu thought the monsters had retreated because he had killed it. Sally stared at the boy in surprise. The girl came to her senses and admitted that she had forgotten that he was a sword-using mage. In that case, there was nothing surprising about it. Sally assumed that the hero used wind magic, but she was wrong. More often than not, to defeat an iron lizard, one needed a group of mages of rank ES or higher, and then, using wind magic, lift it into the sky and burn its insides with fire magic, bypassing the armor. She wondered how he defeated the iron lizard and asked the guy a question. The hero replied that he simply took it and pierced its armor with his magic. He suggested that maybe this iron lizard he was fighting had weaker armor. Sally, of course, didn't believe his words. She couldn't believe that the hero was able to penetrate the iron lizard's armor. The guy offered to look at her corpse, which was lying in his inventory. The girl jumped on the spot when the monster's huge carcass fell right in front of her. Looking at that huge lizard, she couldn't imagine what the size of Suzu's inventory was. The hero replied that its inventory was bigger than the others. Sally had no doubt that it was definitely an iron lizard. As far as she understood, the hole was supposed to be on its back and decided to check it out. Suzu suddenly took the girl in his arms and offered to help her. Sally blushed, not realizing what he was doing. The hero silently lifted her onto the lizard carcass and said that there was a hole here. Blushing, Sally asked to be let go first, and the hero apologized for that. Sally said it was just amazing. She had never heard of magic being able to create a hole of that size. So she had no doubt that the hero must have magic that was fundamentally different from their magic. In any case, she was grateful to him for destroying the iron lizard and said she would report it to the branch head. Suzu understood and said they would see each other later. Sally didn't understand what he was talking about since he was supposed to go along with her. Suzu didn't understand what she meant. After a while, Sally along with the hero arrived at the branch office. As soon as the head of the branch saw Suzu, he began to bang his head on the table and shouted that he was guilty in front of him. The hero absolutely did not understand what the matter was and was confused. As far as he understood, this man was the head of the branch, but he did not understand the situation at all. Suzu asked, raising his head. The thing was that they had known for some time now that the monsters had given themselves away suspiciously. It was a sign that a powerful monster had appeared, but the head didn't do anything about it. The head believed that he was completely responsible for this incident. If there was no hero here, they would have many people die. As the representative of this guild, he thanked him for his help. Suzu himself realized that the iron lizard was really difficult to defeat. But their branch probably didn't have a big budget to solve this problem. The hero thought that there was nothing that could be done here, since they weren't sure if a powerful monster had appeared. The head got to his feet and admitted that the hero was not only strong but also an understanding person, and he felt terribly embarrassed in front of him. If it was still possible, the branch head wanted to ask Suzu for a favor. The man asked to keep the iron lizard incident a secret. He didn't want to cause confusion, but the hero didn't understand what that meant. Although the guild would announce it publicly sooner or later, the mere rumor of the iron lizard's appearance was enough to cause a stir in the city. Even if they announced that it had been defeated by an adventurer, the head was afraid that no one would believe them. On the contrary, it would only confuse them. Of course, it was only a request, and the hero could keep the corpse. The branch head said he could have announced it at Suzu's request, but Suzu agreed to keep it a secret. The hero thought it would become a problem if he couldn't tell anyone about it. He asked for permission to tell only the Doveraga-sanu about it. The fact was that he wanted to make the iron lizard into a weapon. The head was surprised that the hero knew this old man.it shouldn't be a problem. He was good at keeping secrets and rarely talked to people anyway. But the head believed that they didn't have equipment that could process the iron lizard, and they would have to look for it in other cities. The man pointed toward a window into the mountains and said that if he went southeast from here, he would come across a dwarf mining town. There was equipment there that could do that. There was a blacksmithing town called Arion located there. The hero realized that he would have to leave this town. But since the monsters that dwell there are gardens, the guy decided to go there. It seems that traveling through this world is best to move at night and sleep at noon. Since he still had time before he left, he decided to say goodbye to those who had helped him. Dovrag apparently already knew that the hero would be traveling and saw him off with a smile. Then the boy went to Sally's guild and wished her a good day. He said he had brought them some zooting grass. The girl looked at the hero questioningly and asked him a question. For some reason, she thought that something had happened to the head of the branch. The hero replied that there was nothing special there, but he had decided to leave this town. Sally was shocked when she heard this, and could not find the right words. The boy said he was going to go to Arion to make himself a new weapon. Besides, he thought that adventurers often traveled and it was quite normal. Sally didn't think the hero would go to another city, and sadly lowered her gaze. But Suzu smiled at her and told her not to worry about it. He replied that such a large number of green wolves were because of the iron lizard, and he had already defeated it, so there would be no more of them. This town was supposed to be safe now, even without him. Sally lowered her gaze again and smiled sadly. The girl replied that she understood. She remembered that he wanted to sell her the herb and asked her to wait a bit. The hero remembered the moment of their meeting. If you think about it, when he came to this world, he was very lucky to have met such a kind person like Sally-san. The hero wished that one day she could be his quest master again. The boy held out another bundle to her and thanked her for everything. Suzu smiled at her and hoped that someday somewhere they could meet her again. The girl took his herb and agreed with him. She smiled sincerely and suggested that he meet her somewhere else. After that, the boy set off on his journey. It was already the 5th day after leaving the city. Suzu walked along the mountain path along the forest and occasionally looked at the radar. He had heard that the journey from Eintown to Arion would take about 10 days by horseback. In the distance, the hero saw some sort of structures and thought it was the town of Arion. Judging by the distance, it would take him about an hour to get there. He had no idea that he had traveled twice as fast as a horse to get here. Suzu assumed it was because of his pumping. The radar signal beeped, and the hero saw several people on it. They were walking through the forest even though there was a road here. Those silhouettes looked very familiar. Suzu already guessed who they were. The boy turned into the dark thicket of the forest, where there was dead silence. The light in those places barely penetrated through the dense thickets of trees. Suzu came a little closer and hid behind a tree. He saw several people in armor and a bound child. Earlier, Sally had said that people who committed sins in this world were called brigands. The hero looked at the bound child and had no doubt that they were those very people. It was said that if an adventurer encountered them, he was to report them to the guild. If possible, they were to be killed or captured. As far as the hero understood, these guys had kidnapped a child from the Arion. Something had to be done, but before that, just in case, Suzu decided to check if they were really brigands. The guy used the evaluation skill and saw a window in front of them that confirmed the status of these people. Just as he thought, all 6 people were indeed brigands. Suzu thought that this would be his first fight against humans. One of the brigands asked his buddy where he was soaping up, and he said he would step aside to use the restroom. As one of them stepped back, the rest of the group heard some kind of sound. They didn't realize where it was coming from. The gang leader ordered the two guys to go ahead and check it out. The bandits took their weapons and went deep into the forest. Ahead of them, they saw one stone hero arrow, but they didn't realize what it was. Meanwhile, Suzu was discreetly watching them from the branch of a nearby tree. The boy decided not to hesitate and attacked them instantly. The bandits didn't even have time to look back and realize what was happening. Suzu was right in front of them and used pressure magic on the opponents. The guy punched them in the stomach and the men fell to the ground. The rest of the bandits noticed that someone was rapidly approaching them. The head of the gang looked at the guy in surprise and asked who he was. In the end, the hero silently dealt with them and killed all the opponents in an instant. Suzu wanted to catch them, but believed that his magic was still too strong, even though he had weakened it. Even though he had killed these people, he somehow felt no remorse. This world, unlike his, was not safe, so he thought that was a good thing. He felt no remorse for killing them. What mattered most right now was other things. With these thoughts, the guy walked over to the captive and looked at his status. The health status said that the captive was under forced hypnosis. The hero still didn't understand what forced hypnosis was, even using his skills. He hoped that it could be cured somehow and hurried to the city. Soon the hero reached the gates of the city and apologized to the guards. The guards were surprised to see a prisoner in his arms. A short but massive man stood next to the soldiers and hurried towards the boy. He called out his daughter Sumiza and insulted the hero. He thought the hero had kidnapped her. The guy immediately realized that this was the girl's father, and he treated him with suspicion. Sumiza tried to explain that things didn't look the way he thought they would. The hero approached and explained that he had just rescued her from bandits in the forest nearby. It looked like she was under forced hypnosis. Relieved smiles appeared on the guards' faces. In that case, they asked to leave it to them. Forced hypnosis was easily cured with herbs. One of the guards offered to give him the Sumiza and thanked him for the hero saving her. The father wanted to make sure his daughter was all right and kept referring to her. One of the guards asked Sumiza-sana to calm down. The guard asked Sumizu for him to ease up, because his daughter had gone into the forest in the morning, but had not returned. He was very worried about her. Moreover, dwarves were very fiery themselves. The father breathed a sigh of relief and apologized to the boy for yelling at him. The man introduced himself as Sumizu and thanked him for saving his daughter. He assumed that the guy was an adventurous wanderer. He said that if the guy needed anything in town, he would help him and do his best to help him. The hero rejoiced at such an offer. In that case, he asked to be led to a store where the iron lizard could be processed. The dwarf grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. He suggested a celebration for now and asked to join them. The dwarf took the boys to an establishment where a sumptuous table was set up to celebrate the Sumiza's return. The boy thought the dwarf was absolutely not listening to him. It was no surprise, though, because his kidnapped daughter had finally returned. Still, the hero could see that many of the tools here looked like those from the workshop of Dovregas-san. Some speculations began to enter his head. While the hero was drinking, a girl came up to him and asked him if he was really a Suzu. It turned out to be the dwarf's daughter, who had finally come to her senses. She introduced herself as Sumiza and thanked him for saving her. But she didn't remember anything that had happened to her. The hero doubted she should have gone straight to work after such an adventure. Sumiza clenched her fist and said that thanks to him, she was fine now. She had already noticed that the hero looked like an adventurer and assumed he was a wanderer. She was sorry that he had to end his journey because of her. S replied that it wasn't her fault, as he was just on his way to this city. He had heard that they had the technology to process the iron lizard. The girl assumed that he needed a weapon. If so, he could use this workshop. As the hero had guessed earlier, it turned out to be a workshop after all. The guy thanked for the offer and asked about the price. As they were talking, Sumiza's father approached them. He raised his drinking mug and said that if it was a sword, then Suzu could rely on it, though it would cost him 1 million to make it from an iron lizard. The hero was shocked that it cost so much. But the dwarf said he would give him a 50% discount in gratitude for saving his daughter. The lad oohed and said that it was not necessary, for he was willing to pay the full price. But suddenly the hero remembered that he was short of money, and at the moment he only had 100,000 taels. The guy thought he could sell them the materials, and said that he had the corpse of an iron lizard with him. Sumiza thought the hero had made a bad joke and didn't understand how he could have a corpse of an iron lizard. Her father thought the hero was really out of his mind. The boy explained that it was in his inventory, but it would have been easier to show. The dwarfs' faces twisted in shock when they saw the sight. One could go crazy, but this guy really did have the actual corpse of an iron lizard. The girl didn't understand how such a huge thing could fit into the inventory, and assumed that Suzu had a huge inventory. The guy explained that his inventory was much larger than usual. He had a sense of déjà vu, for the same thing had happened to Sally. Sumiza's father asked the others to report it to the accounting department. Their expert from the accounting department confirmed that the quality of the monster was completely intact. Of course, they would only be able to set a price after the metal was removed from the corpse. Guy offered to buy it 3 million taels per kilogram, and hoped the hero would be satisfied with that. Even though he couldn't afford to buy it all at once, he could assure Suzu that his offer was more favorable than the guild's. Of course, the hero agreed to it. He couldn't believe he could get so much from the corpse of an iron lizard. The dwarf clapped his hands and said it was a matter of hat. He suggested they stop booing and get to work. He asked Suzu if he could use fire magic. It was time to cut up the iron lizard, and Sumiza asked him to help him. The hero didn't expect that he would have to take part in this as well. As far as he understood, he had to use his fire magic to burn the insides of the iron lizard. Since the dwarves couldn't cut it up, they had to burn it from the inside first, leaving only the metal. Judging from its size, it could easily get half a ton of metal. It was hard for the hero to visualize such large amounts in his mind. Sumiza believed that the hero had amazing magic power. In terms of power and speed, it was at least similar to B-rank magic. The dwarf wouldn't be surprised to learn that Suzu was able to defeat this lizard alone. He didn't understand why the hero needed a sword in the first place. The hero explained that he was a loner, so he should be prepared for close combat. He also had a 20-centimeter staff that didn't get in the way in battle. Sumizu had never heard of this style before. In addition, the 20-centimeter staff was quite small. He wondered what kind of material it was made of. The guy explained that he had bought it from a store in the Ion. In that case, it was most likely made of iron core and copper skin, as it was suitable for beginners. If he had the money, he could buy a staff that cast sorcery much faster. The hero asked if the materials of the staff could affect the speed of magic in any way. He would also like to ask the dwarf to make him a staff made of iron lizard. Sumizu answered in the affirmative, but warned that it would take some time. The thing was that the metal of this creature was very hard, and they would need a special way to process it. Also, the swords and staffs had different structures, so it would need a different approach. But at any rate, if Suzu was interested in making a staff, he had better talk to Sumiza. Sumiza made them better than anyone else in the city. The guy had already realized that his daughter made staffs, and thanked him for the advice. Later, the hero asked the girl if she could make a staff for him out of iron lizard material. Sumiza replied that it would be quite a luxurious staff, and asked if he was really sure about that. If it was possible, he would need a 20-centimeter staff that had spell acceleration like a normal staff. The girl replied that it was an impossible request and thought that the hero probably didn't know how staffs worked. Suzu didn't realize that, but suggested that she could teach him how to do it. Besides, Sumiza said that she made staffs of the highest quality in the area. The girl blushed at such a compliment and smiled, saying that she was teaching him. She asked me to listen to her. The girl said something about the principle of staffs, the meaning of many things, the use and reasons for all of the above. And probably the hero already knew about the fact that the longer the staff, the faster the magic shoots. As for the important part, she had her own opinion about big staffs, and continued her story. In brief, the base of every staff plays an important role in magic. It had a magic accelerating part, a magic releasing part, and then an outer shell part. The part that accelerated magic had 2 layers. The higher the magic density in the outer part, and the higher the quality of the core through which the magic passed, the faster the spell would be. The density of the magic depended on the amount of mana that could accumulate in the staff depending on the type of material. The maximum density of magic consisted of 80 units of mana. If the accumulated mana exceeded the density limit, the mana would begin to dissipate in less than an hour. In other words, by using a material with a high maximum magic density for the outer shell, and using better materials for both layers of the accelerating part respectively, he could increase the performance. If that was indeed the case, then it was great for the hero. The guy suggested making a staff with the magical speed of an ordinary one, and at the same time one that he could use as a sword. Sumiza silently looked at the guy with a skeptical look. She had no idea what he was talking about, and asked for a more precise explanation. The hero was talking about a staff whose outer shell would consist of iron lizard metal, which would provide power and magical density, and then mount a blade on it so he could use it as a sword. As for the accelerating part of the staff, he would need to charge it before each spell. In exchange for mana, he would get a higher speed of magic. The problem would be the necessary amount of mana he would need. The girl thought the hero had gone crazy. She said that if one were to create a staff with this structure, the amount of magic that could be stored in that staff would be enough for 100 spells. This was not to mention that this number was equal to the mana reserves of 3 average mages. The hero recalled that his current mana status was 500 times that of an average mage. His MP regeneration was also 500 times greater, and if he used potions it would be 5,000 times greater. Suzu suggested that it might be interesting for her if he told her that he could use it. Sumiza couldn't find the words, and said that this was the side that made him adventurous. SHE found the whole thing interesting. She said she would make it, and that way the hero would get the title of a mage who runs out of MP before he even finishes a spell. Suzu replied that he would then increase the MP limit to prevent this from happening. All questions regarding weapons were now resolved. The girl said that it would take her 3 days to make the staff. To pass the time, the hero decided to perform a couple of tasks in this city. After the skirmish with the Iron Lizard, he was promoted to rank E, and now he could not take a task higher than rank E. This time his quest was a little more interesting. The hero was now chasing wolves in the forest and throwing stone spears at them. The wolves bristled and looked back. One large stone spear almost hit an animal, but the wolf managed to move forward at the last moment. Nevertheless, it kept glancing back apprehensively. The hero didn't leave them a chance, and caused a rain of stone spears to rain down on the monsters. The hero was impressed that while destroying the red wolves, One of them was able to dodge one spell, but he still won. It looked like he really needed to speed up his magic. Still, the scenery here was amazing. The guide looked around at the terrain with a smile. He was now standing on an elevated area where he could see that there were absolutely no trees around the city. He speculated that maybe that was why the monsters rarely approached the area. Perhaps it was done intentionally as a counter to the monsters. While the boy was admiring the views, he heard his radar signal. Perhaps they were humans, adventurers, or perhaps they were bandits. Not far away from him appeared to be a cave. 2 armed men stood at the entrance, guarding it. The hero stealthily approached them and looked at their statuses. These guys were brigands. Suzu assumed that they were from the same gang along with the ones who had kidnapped Sumisa-chan. It was best to just check it out. Judging from the radar, 2 were at the entrance and a few more inside the cave. If they were trying to hide, they had put guards at the entrance for something. The heroes speculated that it could be a bandit hideout. But if it was in an extremely unexpected location. Suzu decided to go back to the city and warn them about it. The head of the branch of the Arera Adventurer Guild asked if the guy had really found the brigand's hideout. The hero confirmed it and said that there was a large hole that looked like an entrance and 2 guards standing in front of it. The head recently wondered why they were working so fast. He had no idea that they had made a hideout in the mountain. Considering that there were guards at the entrance, it looked like it was a large gang. Suzu thought it was an organized band of robbers. He decided that he would report it first since he didn't know how many were inside. The head agreed with him and said that once they confirmed his words, he would be rewarded for the valuable information. For now, the head asked to keep it a secret. They couldn't ignore the fact that they might have spies in the city. The head said that they could recruit adventurers into the guild to form a strike force against them. Since Suzu was a pioneer, there was a high probability that he would be called. The head asked to come to the guild tomorrow morning, and the hero agreed. After that, the boy went back to the workshop. The dwarves were working on his weapons and discussing important things among themselves. The boy checked on Sumisa and asked if his staff was ready. The girl replied sternly that it was not ready yet, because she had already said that it would take 3 days. The hero realized that, in all likelihood, he would not be able to try out the new weapon until the raid on the bandits, but it is unlikely that he would need it there. In this case, the guy decided to raid them with the current equipment. He noticed a couple of dwarves carrying a huge tree behind his back. The hero had already noticed that all the trees in the area had been cut down and assumed it was for protection from the monsters. Sumisu replied that he was wrong. Metal straightening required a lot of coal, so all the trees near the city were cut down. Suzu thought that they were allowed to dig coal in the mine. The girl replied that it wasn't suitable for forging. If they used it, the metal would be of low quality. The hero had already heard that all this happens because of the temperature. He wondered how it was done in his world. He thought it was all with limestone and coke. A great thought popped into the hero's head, but Sumisa looked at him again with a skeptical look. Suzu said they could just make coke and make a new fuel by burning coals. The girl assumed it was just burning coals, but coal was already a fuel. She didn't understand what the point was here. The hero replied that if they removed the air and kept the coals in the furnace for about 15 hours, all the unnecessary components of the coal would burn out and only the coke would remain. It was more efficient and left no ashes. The girl didn't quite get it. Besides, fuel wasn't her specialty. All she was good at was making staffs, but if he had an idea, he could offer it to the fuel store. He just needed to confirm that this coke was good as fuel. There was also money to be made off of it. The hero was glad that she approved of his idea. Later, Suzu went into the fuel store of at Igni Sana. There he met a dark-haired male salesman. The man assumed that the hero needed charcoal, but the guy replied that he had an idea regarding the creation of a new fuel. Earlier, Sumiza-chan had advised him to come here. The vendor was surprised that he had come here on the recommendation from Sumiza's workshop and asked what he meant by new fuel. The hero replied that it was something that could be created from coal. Igni replied that there were no trees at all in the vicinity of the city, and Suzu had an idea for creating a fuel better than charcoal. He thought that seemed strange to him. The boy immediately realized that the man was quite skeptical. His words sounded suspicious and needed to be confirmed. Suzu smiled and said that he would need his help in creating this fuel. Of course, if the methodology was proven and he wanted to use it, he could sell it. But the hero was going to pay for everything needed for the experiment. Such an offer was able to interest the man. The hero realized that with such conditions, the losses of the Igni would be minimal. It seems that he would be the discoverer of coke in this country, and perhaps in the whole world. There was even a guild map in this world. They should have a similar system for cases like this. The technique Suzu was suggesting wasn't actually perfect, so it wouldn't always be successful. The hero was curious about the Igni's opinion. The man smirked in response. Igni put a finger up and said that was better than claiming the technique was perfect. He eventually accepted his deal, and the hero thanked him for his help. Suzu then offered to talk about the method. Thus a method of producing coke was discovered. However, Suzu's main task was not to create fuel, but to be adventurous. A night had passed since his report of the bandits. One young guy in the group greeted Suzu as the hero walked out of the building. Everyone had finally gathered. The strike force was assembled from the adventurers of the guild. The hero smiled at the guys and said that he was glad to meet them. The young guy introduced himself as Majis. He was a wind mage and had reached B rank and was leading this strike force. Majis offered to take a look at what they had. The bandits' base was 8 kilometers southwest of here. Based on the damage they had done, there should be 30 to 40 people. Although this was an E-rank mission, there were quite a few of them, so they needed to proceed with caution. Majis and Suzu looked at the girls, who were also in their squad. The hero counted 7 people including him. Since there were B ranks here, they unbelievably thought that 7 people would be enough to handle the bandits. Majis asked the guys in the group to take turns saying their name, rank, and profession. The first to introduce himself was a swordsman named Valen. He was a TS rank. The second to introduce himself was a man named Zenshur. He was D rank and was also a swordsman. A dark-haired girl introduced herself by the name of Yukoku. She was AD rank and was an archer. The short blonde-haired girl next to her was Ino. She was an E-rank swordsman. The dark-haired young boy introduced himself as a hunkus. He was of E rank and was also a kopecker. Finally, it was Suzu's turn. The guy introduced himself by his name and said that as an E rank, he was a magic swordsman. The group didn't understand anything and looked at Suzu questioningly. Majis had never heard of a magic swordsman and asked the hero a question. Suzu replied that he could use both sword and magic. Yukoka thought it was strange that he could use magic on the move and still sit at E rank. Ino also thought he wasn't being serious and said that among the B rank such skillful people could be counted on one's fingers. Suzu had never heard of such a thing and was surprised. Majis apologized for his request, but he wanted the hero to demonstrate his abilities to them. He needed to determine everyone's true strength, and the hero understood. He didn't want to stand out, but as an adventurer, he wouldn't hold back his powers when asked to do so. The guy thought it would be much worse if they got hurt, because he was hiding his real strength. The guys walked to the training field to the scarecrow. Majis asked to do it like he was in a real fight, and also use double magic. Also, the guy was going to give us a couple potions if he needed it. The hero smiled and declined them. Majis asked Valen his opinion of the hero. Valen noticed that Suzu's movements were amateurish. The boy made many quick lunges forward and sliced through the air. Majis and Valen opened their mouths in surprise and wonder. Meanwhile, Suzu decided he had enough of the swordplay. He summoned many stone arrows with fireballs and attacked the unfortunate scarecrow. The smoke from the fire dissipated, leaving only a large black spot on the ground. The boys were speechless, unable to believe their eyes. The hero realized that he had forgotten something and apologized for it. He remembered that Majis had asked him to use double magic and was about to use it, but Majis explained that it was enough. Suzu assumed that it didn't meet his expectations, but Majis didn't understand why he thought that. Besides, Majis was curious about his defense and magic resistance. He meant that the hero had already shown enough. The hero remembered that he could use healing magic, so a simple fracture would heal in a second, and as for resilience, he could shower the enemy with spells for 20 minutes and still not spend all of his mana points. Majis explained that it was a rank of power and didn't understand why the hero was still at rank E. Suzu smiled and said that a lot of things happened to him. Besides, he had only been an adventurer for like a month. If his strength didn't match his rank, that was probably why. Majis grabbed his head and said that he was really amazing. He was losing his confidence as a mage, but that didn't change the fact that Suzu would help them a lot. The guy said that Suzu could take over the front and asked when they would be storming their base. The hero thought he would be lying to them if he said he wasn't afraid to be at the front. Still, he accepted the request and said that the front would be his. Soon their group headed towards a cave that was in a thick forest. There they stealthily crept up to it from the thickets and noticed the guards at the entrance. One of the bandits guarding the cave yawned sleepily. After discussing their strategy, the group decided that Suzu and Valen would be in front and Majis in the back. The three of them were quite enough. The rest were to spread out across the terrain to block the bandits' escape routes that they knew of. Suzu glanced at Majis and gave him a signal in the form of a nod of his head. The hero created several stone spears and killed the bandits at the entrance with them. The bandits fell to the ground, bleeding out. Before Majis could run forward and give the order, his words were cut off halfway through. Majis didn't even notice Suzu rushing forward, leaving his allies behind. Valen didn't understand why Suzu was so fast, but it didn't matter now. The boys didn't understand how Suzu could run so calmly in the cave. But thanks to the radar, the hero saw his way. The bandits hadn't spotted them yet, but it was only a matter of time. Either way, he just needed to keep running. If he saw anyone, he would use the assessment to find out if they were bandits or not, and then deal with them if necessary. He ran past a couple of bandits, who didn't realize anything at first. The bandits looked back at him confused and asked him not to say that he was an adventurer. Just as they were about to catch him, they felt the Suzu pressure magic on them. Behind him soon appeared Majis and Valen, who were apparently already on their last breath. Suzu was glad that the cave wasn't branching off and thought that they had reached here quite easily. Majis sarcastically replied to him that he knew that. But it seemed to the hero that, in all likelihood, it would be more difficult from here on. With these thoughts, he reached a room that had a certain door at the end of it. This door blocked off the cave, but it had no handle. This meant that it could only be opened from the inside. Beyond this door, Suzu's radar showed an empty space. Also, judging by the voices coming through, there were a lot of people there. As the hero pondered what they should do next, Majis put his hand on Suzu's shoulder and called out to him. He asked if the guy could use magic one more time. He was going to break down that door and straighten them out. Suzu smirked and replied that he understood. Majis along with Valen stood on either side of the door and prepared to attack. The countdown was on. At the same time, on the other side of the door, the other bandits were still unaware of anything. They were playing board games with each other, drinking and partying. Some were just lazily dozing by the door. Their tranquility was shattered by a sudden explosion that knocked out an entire wall along with the doors. The frightened bandits turned back sharply and noticed a human figure in the smoke. One of the bandits in a black robe asked the stranger who he was. Suzu silently flew forward with a whole bunch of stone spears stretching behind him. With his evaluation skill, the hero had already realized that they were all bandits and pierced all of them with the stone spear. The bandits were completely helpless against Suzu. Suzu mercilessly destroyed the entire room and killed every single person. Majis and Valen were shocked. They only had to silently observe the whole situation. After a couple minutes, everything quieted down. When they were done with clearing out the cave, the guys went outside to the rest of the group. Majis sighed and said that it was over. Ino noticed that Maji's voice had changed somehow and asked what was wrong. Suzu himself couldn't believe it had turned out so fast. Majis replied that it was a bit disappointing, but all the bandits had been destroyed. Suzu was proving to be very strong. Majis thought it was the first time he had completed a mission so easily. Now they should have moved on to collecting the loot. The hero smiled and thought that the important thing in this case was that all was well. Suddenly his radar emitted a warning beep and Suzu furrowed his eyebrows. He warned the guys that there were 7 men and a child approaching here. These people could be the kidnappers. Majis understood everything. He offered to catch them and extract information. The boy asked Suzu to save the child while they took care of the others. Soon, a small group of people did indeed appear near the entrance of the cave. One of the men was dragging a child on his shoulder. The bandit breathed a sigh of relief and said that they had finally arrived. As they approached the cave, the man noticed something amiss. Just at that moment, a group of Majis were lurking nearby and stealthily watching them. They waited for an opportune moment to attack from behind. The bandit carrying the child heard footsteps behind them. He looked back sharply and asked who was there. The man did not realize who the people were and appeared to be confused. At that moment, a Suzu was hiding in the bushes right in front of him. The guy jumped out sharply at the man and used pressure magic on him. He took the child in his arms and thought that the captive had been safely rescued. Suzu looked surprised at the girl, who appeared to be very light. Apparently, she was sleeping under forced hypnosis. The guy glanced at his allies, who were fighting the rest of the bandits at that moment. Apparently, they didn't need any help, and in that case, the hero decided to check her status. Suzu placed the girl on the ground and applied the evaluation skill. This girl's name was Ria. She was of a special elven type race. This meant that she was an unusual elf girl, and she didn't seem to have any status ailments. But the guy himself was more surprised that her status was different from others. He found it odd that she had absolutely no mana at all. He would still understand if her mana was at 0, but her status had no mana indicator as such. The hero didn't understand what it all meant. Her age was unknown, and she had 2 skills, external magic power ability and 17th level magic control. His most pumped skill was level 3, and she had level 17. This was beyond common sense no matter how one looked at it. Besides, the guy didn't understand what external magic power ability meant. The external magic power ability allowed her to use the mana of nearby mages if they had weak mana control. The hero didn't quite understand what was meant by weak mana control, But if she could control someone else's magic depending on their magic control, it was simply amazing. Suzu thought it was amazing that these people were able to capture her somehow. While he was thinking about it, the girl's head twitched. The elven girl came to her senses and looked at the guy in surprise. She asked who he was, and said she felt amazing magical power from him. Suzu introduced himself by his name and asked if she was alright. He explained that she had been kidnapped earlier. The girl smiled widely and introduced herself as Ria. She didn't seem upset and happily accepted that she had been kidnapped. Suzu thought all of this was strange. He looked at the elf and did not understand what was wrong with her. At that moment, Amagis was on his way to them. He asked Suzu about the captive's state of health. The hero looked at the Magis in response and asked how they were doing. The guy replied that they had just finished tying up the bandits. Thanks to Suzu, they had minimal casualties. The hero was glad to hear that, and said that the captive appeared to be fine. He had completely forgotten that she was still bound and apologized for leaving her like that. The Kid only smiled just as broadly in response. The girl jumped to her feet and exclaimed that it was okay, because she could do it herself. Her ropes easily fell from her arms as she stood up. Still, she thanked the guy for the offer. Suzu was at a loss for words when the rope fell to the ground. The hero assumed that she was able to escape alone, but the girl replied that she had no magic power, so that wasn't true. The hero still didn't understand anything. Since she was able to untie herself, then she must have had magic. The elfess replied that she had full mana and weak control, so she was easy to use. That meant that she was using an external magic power ability, and using Suzu's mana without his knowledge. But Suzu thought it was strange that his mana didn't decrease. Magis apologized, but he didn't quite understand what she meant. The hero admitted that he didn't quite understand her either. Either way, she was safe now. Magis said he would ask the guild to find out where she had been kidnapped from, and ask the little girl to come to him. The elfess replied that she wouldn't go to him, but Magis didn't understand why. The girl grabbed the hero's hand and said that Uncle's mana was hard to use, so she didn't want to go to him. She surprised everyone by saying that she wished she could stay with Suzu. Apparently, she had grown attached to him. Magis offered to leave her in Suzu's care until they reached the guild. Suzu agreed and was fine with it. The girl gladly took the boy's hand, and the hero suggested they go home in that case. He was glad that she had proven to be so obedient. It was still a mystery to him how she was able to untie herself, not to mention her skills. She managed to remain so cheerful even after being kidnapped. Ria was quite the strange girl. The hero just hoped that this would finally end after he arrived at the guild. At the guild, the girl said that of course, it was their duty to take in the kidnapped children and look after them. However, there was one problem. The girls didn't know what they should do. The elf girl grabbed onto the boy and said she didn't want to go anywhere. The receptionist asked the hero to watch her for a while until they found out her background. The girl yelled that she only wanted to be with Suzu. The girl asked if he was really unfamiliar with her. Suzu awkwardly replied that he didn't know her. By evening, the hero had to drag Kid to his room. There the girl found a soft bed, on which she began to hop on all fours. She exclaimed that it was very soft. Suzu didn't understand why it was like that. But apparently, she didn't have any memories of being kidnapped. Then again, she was just a little girl, and the hero thought that she would not cause him much trouble. The guild search for information on her would take 5 days. The guy thought that it was only 5 days, so he could handle it. Suzu said it was time for them to go to bed, and let them sleep on this bed for now. All night the hero thought about what he should do tomorrow, because he couldn't travel with a baby in his care. That way, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the extermination task. In that case, he decided to check on his staff and coke production. He had a lot of things to do. With these thoughts, Suzu fell asleep. The next morning, the guy opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Ria's face, which was too close to him. The guy was scared and didn't understand what she was doing here. Plus, she was climbing on top of him for some reason. Suzu sat down on the couch. As he realized, Ria was already awake. The elfess said she woke up because she felt Isekai'd mana and wished him good morning. The guy smiled slightly and wished her good morning, but he still didn't understand what was wrong with her. On the morrow, the hero decided to go into an igneous fuel store. There he greeted the man and asked how they were doing with the coke. Igni greeted Suzu and said that the experiment was going fine. His interested gaze shifted to the kid. He realized the kid was too young to be a father and asked who the girl was. The hero replied that she had been kidnapped by bandits and also had amnesia, so he was concerned about her while the guild sorted out her past. The man replied that it was horrible and suggested that he was taking a break from his guild work. The girl happily said that Ria could fight with Isekai'd, so she might have become stronger than the green uncle. The man didn't understand what she was talking about. Suzu assumed that she was referring to Magisa Sana. Come to think of it, a Magis was a rank adventurer after all. On the other hand, the last time Suzu had evaluated Ria, she didn't have any fighting skills. Like the man had said, Suzu had taken a vacation for a while. Ria irritably repeated that Ria could fight. Igni laughed at her words. Altogether, the boys walked to the coke oven. There, the hero saw their result and was pleasantly impressed by it. Despite their success, the pipes looked rather heated and thick smoke was coming from them. The guy assumed that they had a gas leak. After all, the project was still in the experimental stage. This was partly because the Igni was using an unoccupied old furnace after rebuilding it a bit. If the experiment was successful, the man would ask the blacksmith to make a normal furnace. The hero had to realize that it was difficult to reinforce it with mithril. Only after hearing him say that did the hero realize that it was reinforced with mithril. In the games, mithril was the strongest material after orichalcum and adamantite. The hero had already invested some money to them at the beginning of the experiment. Suzu asked if they would still be able to manage the current budget. He didn't know the price of mithril, but if they were short of money, he could help. The man didn't understand what he meant and replied that mithril was everywhere. His answer surprised Suzu. Ria pointed a shiny stone to Suzu and exclaimed that it was mithril. She noticed another piece nearby and also saw it in the wall. The guy smiled and replied that mithril couldn't be used literally everywhere. He decided to check and use the appraisal skill on the stone the Ria was fixated on. Judging from the evaluation, it was indeed a mithril, or that had a medium amount of impurities. The man had told the surprised guy that a third of these stones were mithril ore, but apparently Suzu didn't know that mithril ore couldn't be completely pure. Usually only half of it was ore, and the rest was impurities. Igni found it surprising that his knowledge was rather mediocre, and yet Suzu knew how to create coke. It seemed that mithril wasn't valued that much here. From the circumstances, the hero thought the man still had money. He told the Ria that they needed to do something about the gas leak. The girl said she would do something about the overflowing thing and offered to look at it. She barely had time to open her mouth before the guy grabbed her little hands and told her to stop. The hero warned that the furnace was dangerous, so she had to stay away from it. Ria agreed and said she would do it from here in that case. Suzu looked at her questioningly, not understanding what she meant. The elfess pointed her small hands towards the furnace and pointed to the hole in the pipe where the gas was coming from. As if by magic, the gas began to vaporize, but the Igni and Suzu couldn't believe it. Somehow, the gas leak had stopped. Ria smiled as usual and explained that she had done it. The guy was confused and didn't understand how she could use magic since she didn't possess it. He asked the girl how she did it. Ria replied that she melted mithril with magic and used it to close the cracks. It turned out to be very easy for her. She didn't even realize how amazing a thing she had just done. No wonder the hero felt weird about saving her. Common sense was bypassing this girl. This was where Suzu found himself powerless. He looked at the mithril and thought that he should have taught her logic. He took a piece of mithril and showed it to the girl. Right before her eyes, he bent the mithril like plasticine. It seemed just as amazing to her. The boy explained that unlike when it could be bent using force, it was usually impossible to weld anything of such quality from such a distance. The girl was delighted. The shocked Igni reminded him that it was also impossible to bend mithril with bare hands. The boy realized that he had screwed up here. Suzu glanced questioningly at the elf, but the Ria continued to look at him as well, as if she didn't understand anything. Another man approached them and told the Igni that apparently the furnace was in good condition. The man was glad to see the Suzu here and said to have heard of him. He took off his hat and introduced himself as Mia's. He was in charge of accounting. Suzu replied that he was glad to meet him. Mia said they had a lot of business to discuss with him. He decided to get right to the point in case they wanted to set up coke production. Mia's asked the guy how much he wanted to charge for the technical fee. The boy was surprised that they had already thought this through before coming here. It was good news. Production hadn't even stabilized yet, and it was kind of sudden for Suzu. Mias enthusiastically replied that it was all because coke was an excellent fuel. Because of the high temperature it reached, they could refine the mithril more efficiently. According to his calculations, production was 20 times faster when using charcoal, and replacing charcoal with coke would speed up production by another 10 times. This meant that if they were able to mass-produce coke, they could easily get rid of the existing mithril mines by simply refining the rocks in the area. A single furnace would pay them off in 10 days, and personally, he would want to start mass-producing it as soon as possible. Suzu understood everything and tried to move slightly away from the old man who was engrossed in his conversation. As far as the hero understood, Mia's was here to discuss his share of the profits with him. In truth, Suzu didn't know much about it. If he could get even 10% of the profits, he would already be happy about it. This was actually the first time Mia's was paying the technical fee and had asked the merchant guild about it. Apparently in this case 50% of the profits seemed to be the norm. Mia's wanted to know Suzu's opinion on the matter. The hero was so surprised by his percentage that he asked Mia's about it. Mia's shuddered in surprise. It seemed to Suzu that it was a bit much. The hero didn't think that merchants had a reason to lie about it, but it was still too much. Mia's replied that whatever it was a high level of technology, and he believed that 50% was not enough for Suzu. Suzu realized he had caused a misunderstanding again, though he personally thought it was too much. He hastily replied that it was more than enough and decided that he would take what he could. Mias was glad they had come to an agreement and offered to continue with that amount. The man said that Suzu would also be able to get his interest in any other city. It was like a small favor to him. The hero smiled and said he understood. It all happened rather quickly, so Suzu was already getting excited. The guy was wondering what would happen the next time they met. Ria smiled and asked Suzu where they would go next. The hero looked back and wondered. He wondered how his staff sword was doing, but he realized it would take all day to finish it. If he walked in on her like he did yesterday, the Suzume might think he was rushing her. Therefore, it was best to wait. The hero suddenly realized that he suddenly had nothing better to do. So he asked Ria if she would like to go out. The elven girl replied that she wanted an adventure, and was creepy about pummeling a monster. The lad thought it was a real battle trifle, and warned that it was dangerous to fight monsters. Even though she could cast sorcery, the hero would want to wait until she could defend herself. Ria explained that she was a mage, and as long as Suzu was by her side, she would be fine. The hero clarified if she was indeed a mage, and looked at the girl questioningly. Ria pointed to her head jewelry, which was an elaborate piece of jewelry. Suzu had never seen one before, and didn't know what it was. The girl replied that it was a defense hairpin. It used the built-in magic power to negate any attacks that could harm the user. It was unrecognizable to people with evil intentions, and could be charged by pouring mana into it. Suzu explained that it was a real cheat. But the guy decided that if she had that hairpin with her, she would be fine. What was more important was the other thing. He didn't understand what such a thing was doing at the Rya's place. The girl asked if she was really amazing and asked to mess with the monsters. The hero had no choice but to agree with her. He was not happy about it, and asked the Rya to be by his side. The girl was eerily happy with his decision. After that, a couple minutes after leaving the guild building, the protagonists headed into the forest. There, Ria found some herbs that they needed. The quest that Suzu accepted this time was to gather the Fiero herb. It was a rank F request. It was the safest request among the ones offered by the guild. The hero was just going to do the same as he did when searching for Zunin grass. He used information analysis to find all the herbs he needed, but he needed to find one to figure out what to look for. Suzu noticed an interesting plant behind him. He assumed that it might be the same herb and used the evaluation skill on it. But the evaluation skill showed that it was a Brevian grass plant that mimicked the Fiero grass. Ria thought that Suzu had found it, but the hero replied that it was fake. In that case, the girl offered to check her herb and held out a stalk to the guy. The hero indeed verified that it was Fiero grass. He exclaimed that it was exactly that and praised the girl for a good job. Ria grinned and said that she had won, but the hero didn't remember them competing. Suzu replied that in that case, he wouldn't lose to her. After that, the guy used his information analysis and found a lot of the right herb using a skill. This skill pointed small arrows to the right plants. The hero had already collected as many as 7 pieces, and the girl explained that Suzu was a cheat. The boy smiled and replied that he wasn't cheating. He thought it couldn't be called cheating, though he thought it was a childish act. Still, the match was a match. Not far away from him was another plant that had an arrow pointing at it. But no sooner had the hero approached the plant than it was already snapped by the Ria. It turned out that she had been waiting for him to find the herb and had snatched it right out from under his nose. He assumed that the Ria had used the same magic she had used on the fuel store. She just recognized the location of Fiero's herbs similar to his information analysis. The hero asked Ria about whether she knew the exact location of the Fiero herb. The girl replied that she didn't know it. Ria would simply find the point where the Suzu magic was centered. That meant that she was taking advantage of his detection ability, which seemed amazing to the boy. At some point Ria stopped talking and looked somewhere to the side. The guy noticed something was wrong with her and asked what was wrong. Ria didn't answer anything and used stone magic that resembled Suzu magic. Stone needles appeared around the girl. Suzu absolutely did not expect such a thing. She informed him that she had asked Isekai'd to make them for her on loan, which did not please him. But the confident girl exclaimed that there must have been monsters and pointed the stone needles forward. Suzu watched in confusion as Ria took aim. Her stone needles flew into the thicket of the forest. Somewhere in the distance, they heard the moaning of an animal. Suzu was so surprised by this that he decided to check it out. In the depths of the forest, a couple of wounded wolves were sitting behind some dense bushes that were on alert after a surprise attack. The wolves bared their teeth and looked around. Guy was surprised that the red wolves were here. He couldn't believe that the Rya could sense the enemy from this distance, but it was at least 100 meters away here. The hero asked the Rya how she was able to find them. He didn't think it was one of her abilities. The girl answered that the monsters and mana Suzu were special, that's why Rya was able to find them. But because of the obstacles, it was harder to search. The hero thought that she probably could have had a radar in her pocket. He thought for a moment that Rhea had just compared him to monsters. Rhea decided to continue and aimed a few more stone needles at the enemies. The needles caught up with their target and dug into the wolf's neck. Suzu noticed that her accuracy was quite high. Even he couldn't hit from that distance. Rhea replied that it was all because the projectile was homing and Suzu should be able to do that too. The hero didn't understand what she was talking about and said that he couldn't fire homing projectiles. Rhea replied that Suzu was slow, so it was impossible for him. Suzu didn't understand what she meant and pointed his hand towards her stone projectile. The girl brought the flying projectile closer to her and said that was the reason. She threw the projectile forward at an unprecedented speed and said that this was the reason she was mastering Suzu's magic. The arrow struck a large rock and shattered it to pieces. The wolves that were nearby became wary and looked back in the direction of the shot. The girl smiled and replied that Suzu's magic was indeed more powerful and faster than Rhea magic. The boy looked at the injured rock with a share of consternation and thanked her for that. Suzu didn't understand why she had fired at once. Rhea replied that Suzu was somehow strange, since he couldn't have done that. Even though she called him weird, in the hero's opinion, she was exactly the same. Suzu assumed that she could only control one magic, and an idea popped into his head. The hero suggested another magic to Rhea. He was sure it was very powerful, but Rhea waved her hands and explained that it was impossible. Rhea said that it was chaotic magic, and if she used it, she would lose control. From her words, it was clear that Suzu's control of magic was very sloppy. If Rhea was a cheater and nimble sorceress, the hero was probably a cheater sword mage, and a master of materialization as well. His magic was very chaotic at the same time when Rhea's magic was weak. The hero thought that if he created powerful magic and Rhea using it fired at the same speed, they could become invincible. Of course, if the guild found her hometown, he would bring her back home even if she refused. But until then, they could fight her in such a tandem. The wolves had already spotted their target and bared their teeth at them. The girl turned in the direction of the shot and noticed that several angry wolves were already approaching them. Rhea warned the boy that a mob of monsters was approaching them and asked about his magic. She looked at Suzu questioningly. There was a satisfied smirk on the guy's face for some reason. He looked pretty happy, so the girl asked what was wrong. The hero came to his senses and looked at the puzzled Rhea. The boy smiled at her and exclaimed that this was all becoming quite fun for him. Rhea agreed with him and responded with a mutual smile. The elfess created some stone needles and pointed them towards the wolves, exclaiming that she was having a lot of fun too. If Suzu was right, the elfess was using his mana to activate magic, but his mana was not being spent. The hero didn't understand the reason why it wasn't being spent. Rhea replied that she was only using the mana that Suzu was wasting. Suzu wanted to clarify this point and asked how much mana she took from him. The girl thought for a moment and replied that she had taken every bit of it from him. With those words, she struck with a stone arrow. It turns out, just like he used mana for spells, she could use his mana to use magic. Rhea replied that if it was something like a source of magical power, Then Ria couldn't control it. Ria said it in a tone like it was something obvious. It made the hero realize that he was using his magic without even knowing anything about it. Suzu decided that if he practiced controlling magic, he might be able to do the same thing as Ria. The girl replied that it was quite possible, but she felt no talent for magic control from Suzu. Ria compared him to a person who was as if he came from another world that had no magic. Hearing that, a lump of nerves rose up in the guy's throat. In that case, the hero didn't understand why he could conjure without training. He assumed it was possible due to a talent for magic. Ria replied that if he possessed it, he could use magic without proper control. Suzu didn't have proper control of magic, but he could use magic because he activated it brazenly. Suzu understood what Ria meant. Ria just as blatantly changed the shape of the mithril with her magic. The hero also activated his magic in the same brute force manner. Of course, the source of his water magic and earth magic is the environment. If the guy stupidly raises the temperature of the atmosphere with magic power, there could be a natural fire. Sick fantasy and environment were important conditions for activating the hero's magic. The reason why he couldn't use lightning magic was because it wasn't a basic element of the environment. He thought that he shouldn't have relied on lightning that couldn't be activated at any time. While thinking, Ria prepared a large animal sandwich and gave it to Suzu. Suzu thanked her and tasted the sandwich. Suzu was surprised that it turned out to be moderately salty and tasty. But then the hero remembered that they didn't bring any ingredients with them. He didn't understand where the girl got the salt from and asked Ria a question. Ria chewed her piece of sandwich and said as she pulled salt from the ground. Suzu apparently didn't understand her very well. After a while, Suzu and Ria went back to the guild where they scared all the adventurers nearby. Everyone looked at them as if they had seen something unimaginable. Suzu took out a whole mountain of dead wolves from his inventory and asked them to confirm the fulfillment of the request and take all the animals. The admin girl was shocked that they took out 4,000 stalks of fiero grass and over 300 red wolf corpses. She didn't understand where they found them in such quantity. Ria smiled and said that she had helped him too. It seemed to the hero that this reaction would soon become a tradition. One of the admin girls walked up to Suzu and apologized to him. She looked rather sad and said that they needed to talk regarding the Ria. The girl led Ria and Suzu into a large guest room and asked to sit down on a couch. Ria asked Suzu what they wanted to talk to her about. The guy immediately decided that apparently the guild workers had already found Ria's hometown. But seeing how well the hero got along with her, it was probably hard for the girl to tell. If that was indeed the case, the hero thought he should be the first to start a dialogue. He assumed that the Ria's parents were here to pick her up and asked the receptionist a question. The worried girl apologized and said she wasn't. The boy stared at her in surprise, waiting for an explanation. As it turned out, they couldn't find her parents or relatives anywhere. Suzu was concerned that they couldn't find them. It turned out that where the bandits came from, there wasn't a single town that could be with Ria's home. And according to the bandits, they found the child in the middle of the forest. That meant that her hometown was in the middle of nowhere. The guy thought that there must be potential cities where she could have come from. In theory, it was possible, but they came to the conclusion that it was very unlikely. First of all, their guild found no record of a race with roughly the same characteristics as the Ria. These words drove the boy to a standstill. Suzu apologized and told the girl that she was better off not hearing that. With those words, he covered the elf girl's ears with his hands. The guy suggested that maybe her characteristics were the reason she was dumped, but it didn't sound like they did. The girl didn't know the details, but she could tell that wasn't the reason. The hero didn't understand what she meant, though Ria definitely has a lot of mysterious sides to it. She had a strange hairpin, skills, and a special elven-type race. Of course, the hero had told the guild about her race, but considering they had no records of members of the race, he wasn't surprised they hadn't found anything. The hero turned to the girl. He knew she had lost her memory, but he wished she would tell him something about herself. He hypothesized that Ria could remember a place she had been, or maybe a landscape or something. The girl thought about it and said she remembered being in the forest and couldn't find any trace of magic. It was very far away and probably on another continent. Now she had firmly answered all his questions. She didn't answer the way a little girl should respond. That was another of her mysteries. She must have been older than she looked. The hero speculated that she might have been even older than him. He asked the girl what they would do with Ria. The girl replied that at the moment, they were trying to find someone willing to take custody of her, but willing people were hard to find. Ria was frightened when the girl said that if they couldn't find anyone, they would have to leave her at the shelter. Ria explained that she didn't want that and grabbed her Suzu again. She explained that she wished she could stay with him. The hero was surprised to see such a sudden and sharp reaction from the girl. The excited girl asked if Suzu could take custody of her, though it would probably be difficult for an adventurer to take care of a little girl. The hero suggested that under normal circumstances, it would be possible. But the thing was, Ria had lost her memory. When she found him, who had similar special skills, his mind cleared a bit. He realized that if he pushed her away, he would feel that it would betray the general kindness and Sally who had helped him. Suzu assumed that in that case, he could just take her with him, and they would go on adventures together. To do so would probably be too reckless. The hero thought that everything should be fine as long as they fought weak monsters. But Suzu was afraid that there might be a case where he would have to use all of his mana, like in the case of the steel lizard. Since the Ria used his mana, it wouldn't be able to cast sorcery, and if that happened, Suzu hoped that it would be able to escape. Until he was sure, though he felt sorry for her, she would just be a burden to him. He couldn't afford to put her in danger. The guy looked sympathetically at the girl, and then at the receptionist, who was waiting for his answer. The hero asked the girl if he could hold off a little longer. He stroked the girl's head approvingly, and the receptionist happily agreed. She said he could have decided this at any time until he went to another city. Suzu looked at Ria and asked for permission to clarify something. He said he wouldn't leave her alone, so she didn't have to worry about that. Ria smiled happily and agreed with him. The next day came after that conversation. The girl ran around the room like a frenzy and suggested Suzu go to the guild. She couldn't wait to deal with the stronger monsters today. She wanted to catch the dark SARS or the blood tiger. Every time the hero woke up, Ria was already ready to fulfill the extermination quest. The monsters were already probably trembling by now, barely hearing her name. It seemed that Ria wanted to prove what she was worthy for Suzu to accept her. His main concern was her safety, so that wasn't a bad thing. The guy replied that they would go on adventures later. For now, there was somewhere more important he needed to go. The girl looked at Suzu questioningly, not sure what he was talking about. The boys came to Sumiza's workshop where Suzu asked about his staff. The girl greeted Suzu with a smile and told him that his staff was already ready. Ria was surprised that the hero appeared to be using a staff. The guy replied that he was a sword mage after all. Sumiza asked Suzu about the strange girl. But now it was not important at all, and the girl suggested it was better to look at her invention. In her hands, she held an awesome staff that could be used as a sword. She called it a witch's sword. From the mere sight of it, the hero was delighted. Suzu picked it up and exclaimed that it was pretty cool, but Sumiza already knew that. Ria thought it was amazing that it had energy like a staff. The girl looked at Sumiza questioningly and asked why her staff looked like a sword. Sumiza smiled and said that it was quite strange. But the thing was, the hero herself wanted such a staff. It ended up being one of her best works. The guy swung the weapon to test it in action. Suzu exclaimed that the staff sword had the weight of what was needed. In that case, the girl offered to try it in magic, plus this place was perfect for it. The boy agreed and said that it was about to get hot. Sumiza laughed and admitted that she already imagined how he would conjure with his help. The hero was also already looking forward to it. Not far from the workshop was a clear plain surrounded by cliffs. This place was perfect for practicing the new weapon. Ria was impressed and explained that the hero had quite a bit of mana. Sumiza was surprised that Mia could see mana and asked the girl a question. The hero noticed that this sword was definitely different from the last staff. He could directly feel the mana being sucked out of it. When it exceeded the staff's density limit, it would come out of it. Suzu had already poured 200 units of mana into it and decided to see what it could do with that reserve. The guy pointed his weapon forward and used the stone spear. The stone spear instantly flew past the surprised girls and hit the rock in front of them. Part of the rock collapsed and smoke came out of it. Ria was ecstatic and shouted that it was amazingly fast. Sumiza was so amazed that she couldn't find words. Suzu was confused by this result. In confusion, he looked at his sword and asked what was wrong with its speed. He assumed it was because of the material of the staff. With his speed, he could see the projectile, but with it, he would probably hit a red wolf from a kilometer away. Sumiza called out to the guy and asked him what had happened. Suzu didn't understand what she was talking about. She was of course surprised by the way he wielded the sword, but it was hard for her to imagine how much mana he had poured into that sword. Not counting the mana that was wasted, Suzu thought he had spent about 1,000 mana. But that was nothing to him. Sumiza explained that it was a full supply of mana from the 5 mages. She already doubted that Suzu was an ordinary human. Suzu explained that he was an ordinary human with an incredibly large mana reserve. He said it a bit out of context, and most likely Ria didn't understand him. Suzu wanted to ask the Ria to hold the horses. Either way, this staff was awesome. The hero had no doubt that only Sumiza-chan could make such a weapon and thanked her for her work. Sumiza sighed and said that if Suzu liked everything, she had nothing more to say to him. Sumiza suddenly remembered that there was something she hadn't told him. She informed the hero that the man from the fuel store was looking for a guy all over town. He said he would like to talk to Suzu when the hero was free. Soon the hero returned to the fuel store along with Ria. There he was met by Mia's-san. Mia's was happy to meet him and thanked Suzu for coming here. The hero wanted to know what was up and thought they had something going on. Mia's was happy to say that all the equipment for coke production was ready. They had entered the mass production phase, and 10 of their machines were already running. Suzu was shocked that they had done it so quickly. Since they were short of store staff, Mia's went to the Coal Miners Association. Apparently they had heard about their efforts to produce coke and agreed to cooperate with them. Thanks to them, production was almost doubled. Suz thought the Coal Miners Association had a rather long name. In any case, they should have gone to the production site and found out how things were going with the coke. Suzu agreed with the man, and they walked to the site. The production site was in full swing. The dwarves were busily hauling beams and coals in carts. Among the upper classes, the ingredients and rank of the food served was somewhat of a question. The eater answers it differently. Ria was surprised to see such an incredible number of dwarves. As the hero realized, these dwarves were from the Coal Miners Association. Mia's confirmed his guess and said that most of them were from the association. As they were talking, a certain man approached them and addressed them with a suzu. He introduced himself as the chairman of the Coal Miners Association by the name of Jainter. He had already heard of the suzu. The hero did not expect to meet the chairman himself and was a little confused. The guy said he was glad to meet him and introduced himself as the author of the idea. Ria excitedly explained that she was here too. Ganter smiled at the girl and noticed that she was quite perky. He had something to talk to Suzu about, but first he wanted to thank the hero for saving them. Suzu didn't understand what he meant and asked about it. Ganter had completely forgotten that Suzu was not a local. He told him that lately a strange disease had spread in the mine. It could be fought, but it was hitting the speed of work hard. But when they heard about Suzu, thanks to him, their miners had found a safe place to work. Suzu thought that if the disease appeared in the mines, maybe it started from the poisonous gases in the mine itself. The boy asked for more details about the disease. Ganter said that the patients experienced nausea and migraines, the same symptoms as mild magical overload from eating wyvern meat. They were still lucky that no one developed complications and no one died. But still, they couldn't work at full strength. Also, wyvern meat could cause mana overload, and that was something to remember. Suzu wondered how they fought this disease. It was simple, and they only needed to stay away from the mines. The sick could only work for 3 hours a day, and the rest of the time they had to rest so that the disease would not progress. The profits from such work were barely enough to pay the workers' wages. They had to rest most of the day, so now almost everyone was out of work. Apparently, the cause of the illness was not gas. The hero wanted to learn something with the evaluation skill. Besides, if he could learn the secret of this disease, the production of coke would be accelerated even more. The guy approached Gander-san with a proposal. Suzu offered to let him deal with the cause of the disease. Suzu thought he could deal with their question and offered his help. Ganter admitted that Suzu would help them a lot that way. He had already sent a request to the guild, but no one could go that far. But the old man thought that if a hero took the case, he would surely find something. Ria asked the guy about the monsters, but Suzu replied that they wouldn't go killing them just yet. Monsters weren't the problem this time, so she should have stayed here for now. Suzu had no doubt that she would definitely take offense at him if he asked her to stay here, but he just couldn't take her into the mines full of gas or something. Ria was saddened that they wouldn't have to fight. Suzu thought it was strange that she was fussing about something like that. Ria assumed the coal mines were in a certain direction and pointed her finger there. Ganter and Suzu stared at the girl in surprise. The elven girl said it was a rather intoxicating place. She was pointing to a glowing stream that came from somewhere in the distant mountains where the sun was setting. Suzu wanted to ask the Gander-san about it. The man replied that they had left it in the first place because of the large number of casualties. The hero asked the girl where she felt the magical power leaking out. Ria replied that it was slightly altered. It was something altering the magical power. She suspected it was a certain man who was standing across from them. The hero glanced at the workers, who were discussing something nearby. He couldn't see what the Ria was talking about, but the dwarf had a rather pale face. He applied an appraisal skill to the dark-haired man. He had a status ailment called magic overload. Magical energy is an element hovering in the atmosphere and is similar to mana in many ways. The carelessness that Ria saw was most likely magical energy, and at the same time the cause of all of this. And because the way she said it, the magical energy was most likely coming from the monsters. Suzu was already beginning to understand the situation. Ganter approached just as this worker was approaching and asked the gardener how he was feeling. The dwarf replied that he was back from the coal mine, so he wasn't in the best of health right now, but he was still able to work. The chairman agreed with him, but asked him not to overwork himself and to get some rest. Garner nodded his head and walked forward. Ganter thought that despite the Rya's age, she was quite talented, just like Suzu. The man offered to take his little partner with him to investigate. If he felt there would be monsters there, he could just back off. The disease acted much weaker on children than adults, so they shouldn't have a problem. Ria explained that she would be fine, just like Suzu. Suzu thought she was right. If Ria said they would be fine, then they would be. It was the monsters that bothered him the most. The hero thought that they might as well just back off if things went badly for them. The guy agreed after all, and said he would take Ria with him. As their group headed towards their destination, the hero noticed the Rya moving around. He had the impression that it was flying. He assumed it was one of her skills. If she could do that, then she would have no problem retreating when needed. Soon they reached a mine. Before its entrance was a warning sign for them to beware of coal mine sickness. Before entering the mines, the hero asked Rya to tell if she found any monsters, and the girl agreed with him. The elven girl said that it would be harder for her to find them because of the walls, but Ria would try. The hero completely forgot that the walls reduced the effectiveness of her detection. So in this mine his detection would be more useful than hers. While Suzu was looking at his radar, Ria was walking nearby and touching the walls. The boy thought there was something underground and asked Ria about it. The girl looked under her feet and said she felt a carelessness that was stronger underground. It was surprising to her that the hero noticed it. You could thank his radar for that. There appeared to be a space of about 30 centimeters under the ground, but that was all he could tell right now. They needed to dig a hole here. Suzu used a shovel with the help of magic and suddenly hit something solid. Ria also helped him using earth magic. Suzu was curious about what they encountered and asked Ria for her opinion. The girl replied that this part was different from the others. She believed that there was a building of the past here. Suzu didn't understand what she meant and assumed it was something like an ancient ruin or something like that. Ria thought that there was a magic wall here, so Suzu couldn't destroy it. But after she said that, Suzu wanted to tear it down even more. He asked Ria to step back. Ria guessed that Suzu was going to use his magic. All in all, she was fine with it. 10 minutes later, Suzu was already standing with shield in hand, and Ria had a rather worried look on her face. Suzu was still trying to break through that magic wall with everything he could. Ria decided to clarify if he was indeed a human. Come to think of it, this was the first time Suzu had charged his magic in front of Ria-chan. She thought he wasn't human, but that was kind of rather cheeky of her in Suzu's opinion. The hero motioned for them to pass on and used his pressure magic to its fullest. The ground beneath them began to shake. But despite its merciless power, not a single scratch was left on the magical wall. The boy thought it was amazing that this thing was really strong, just as Ria had said. No sooner had he said that than something cracked on the ground not far from Ria. The girl noticed it first and warned Suzu to be careful. The hero looked back questioningly. Abruptly, the floor directly under the hero's feet began to collapse, and Ria rushed to his aid. She fleetingly appeared next to him and wrapped her arms around his waist as he flew. The girl explained that it was too heavy. They were too heavy, and if things continued like this, they would simply crash. The hero asked the girl to let him go. He was going to land on his own somehow. Ria agreed and immediately let Suzu go. Suzu continued to fall, but he couldn't even see the bottom as he flew. Judging from his radar, he should have hit the ground in 15 meters. Perhaps if he used recovery magic, he could survive a fall from that height. He needed to gather all the rocks before they nailed him. He only had 3 seconds left before he landed. The hero grouped up when he only had 1 second left. Despite the difficulty of the fall, he managed not to crash. The hero landed on his feet and felt that he was fine. He smirked and thought about how he had gotten stronger after all. Before he knew it, Ria was calling out to Suzu. Suzu looked up and saw a girl in the air who landed on her feet with ease. She hurried over to Suzu to make sure he was okay. The hero replied that it was as dark as if it was poking his eyes out, and asked Ria-chan to use magic to illuminate the place. Ria immediately fulfilled his request. She created a sparkling magic ball above her head that illuminated the space with it. Suzu looked around and tried to realize where they were. It was just a huge empty space, but there were only walls here. The girl assumed they were inside a building. The hero asked Ria what she knew about this building. Ria wasn't sure, but this place was just crawling with carelessness. Suzu and Ria concluded that this was the source of the magical energy. It looked like they had hit the jackpot. The main thing now was to get out of here and report it. There was a worried smirk on the hero's face. The guy looked up to the hole and wondered how they were going to get out of here. There was a sheer wall here. The hero assumed that Ria could fly out of here, but Ria couldn't do that. She could hover, but she couldn't fly that high. In that case, the hero didn't understand what the point of flying was if she couldn't fly that high. She must have generated something like the lift force of an airplane. The girl was soaring by jet propulsion, but she had a small altitude limit. She was pushing the air beneath her and soaring using magical power. She reminded him that now he was no longer the heir to a high-ranking aristocrat. He would be recognized instantly if they didn't disguise him, since he was famous. Still, Esther thought they could do without the women's clothes. Elsa grinned and admitted that Esther looked very good in that outfit. Esther realized that Elsa had followed in their footsteps as well. Still, he was glad his older brother couldn't see him right now. Karen couldn't get enough of this bliss. Ria disagreed and explained that she would like to fight. But the hero reminded her that they were just here to investigate and suggested they look for monsters nearby. Ria covered her eyes and said there was one big monster nearby, but then said she confused it with Suzu. Suzu didn't understand what she meant by that. The boys continued on their way. The hero noticed the hole through which they fell underground. Suddenly he realized that they were walking in circles. Ria noticed this as well. It meant that the building was in the shape of a bagel. The guy visualized in his head the current position and the hole in the ceiling, but the circles were just walls. Ria agreed with him, but she noticed that this part of the wall had a strange energy. They moved closer to take a closer look at it. The girl exclaimed that it was her. It was a wall that didn't respond to magic. Apparently, there was a door disguised as a wall here. The radar couldn't see anything behind this door, or rather it couldn't see anything from behind the door. In any case, the door had to open somehow. The guy noticed a scratch on it, which meant that the door had been opened at some point. But they had to be extremely careful, because they didn't know what might be behind it. But then Ria effortlessly opened the doors and ordered the sesame to open. The boy covered his face with his hand and thought she was mocking him. The hero heard some kind of buzzing from the depths of the tunnel and peered into the darkness. They were approaching a flock of insects that looked like bumblebees or dragonflies. At the end of their bodies, they had sharp metal stings that looked quite dangerous. It was so soothing in such a way that he lost consciousness. The hero shouted that there were monsters here and warned Ria-chan about it, then covered her with his shield. No sooner had the insects gotten closer than they suddenly stopped right in midair. With a clang, the monsters fell to the ground, but Suzu didn't realize how it happened. The hero assumed that the Ria had done something to them, but there was no time to think about it now. They needed to kill these monsters first. The guy rushed forward and pulled out his witch sword from his inventory. He swung it towards the insects and destroyed the 3 monsters. He wanted to make sure Ria was okay, and the girl apologized. Suzu was glad she was okay and assumed she was able to stop those needles. But Ria surprised him by replying that Suzu was able to do it himself. The magic power of those things was very weak, and as soon as they got close to him, that power just dissipated. Suzu smiled and admitted that it was a rather pathetic sight. Ria thought that the hero was still strange after all, but these monsters were no less strange. The wreckage of these insects looked like a magic tool. Only now did the guy notice it and was surprised. If his assessment was to be believed, these monsters were magical tools created to destroy invaders. These guards were called hovering eyes, and this door was called a low-level magical isolation door. All of these magical tools were called artifacts. It appeared that this building was something like an ancient ruin, which meant that they were uninvited guests here. Besides, they couldn't see what was behind that door. He and Ria had no way of knowing what monsters might be lurking behind it. Suzu suggested that they should have gone back and asked Ria about it. Ria was delighted and said that they couldn't go home if they went back. Suzu, along with Ria, looked around the empty rooms that came their way. With those remaining rooms in mind, they checked them all. They found 8 new doors that were behind that door in the rooms, but behind those doors was a ball of smoke. It was full of hovering guards, but there were no paths leading to a source of magical energy or a way out of this stupid trap. The hero had read that there was a research center here, and this place was surely abandoned. In that case, the guy suggested they go further and Ria agreed. Next, they came across a spiral staircase that led high up. Walking down it, they came across another door where a warning was written. Unauthorized persons will be eliminated if they enter there. If this warning sign was to be believed, it was even more dangerous behind this door, so the hero was going to drink a courage potion. Ria didn't care what kind of monsters were there. She explained that death awaited them. The hero drank the potion and thought that their goal was not to destroy the monsters, but to find a way out of this hole. But it looked like they wouldn't get out of here without a fight. Suzu asked the girl to be very careful. The boy carefully opened another door, and they entered an empty room. Instantly an attack of needles came at them, and Suzu immediately thought that there was another guardian here. He took the blow on his shield and covered the royale with his own. The boy didn't understand how this attack was able to hit him, for their needles were falling on the approach to him. Ria warned that there were other guards among them. There were hovering guards of a different color, as well as mechanical wolves. All of them intended to kill the uninvited guests. Not only were there quite a few monsters, there was even a flying snake among them. The girl explained that she felt carelessness from her, but the guy felt that it wasn't their most important problem. The flying guards attacked the heroes, and Suzu asked Ria to run away from here. While running away, Ria told Suzu that he would need his stone spear. The boy looked back at the girl that turned toward the monsters and stopped. She directed her attack towards the pursuers and activated the stone spear. Yuria's gaze reflected worry, as her attack did not damage the flying guards at all. Suzu couldn't believe his eyes, as their magic was rendered ineffective. Ria looked back at Suzu and exclaimed that one of the wolves was running at the hero. Suzu wasn't sure if they were robots, but they were awfully quiet. Since magic wasn't working, he offered to taste his sword. With that suggestion, Suzu swung his sword staff and swung it at his opponent's head. Upon contact with the wolf, his sword began to ring and sizzle. Suzu felt the full strength of the guard, and thought that he was not as simple as he seemed. Suzu gripped his sword with both hands and chopped the wolf in half. The hero smirked and said that the witch's sword could still cut a. He sure liked to chop, but magic was all they cared about. The hero didn't even know what metal they were made of, and thought there was some kind of trick here. With these thoughts, he used the assessment on the wolf's corpse. He read that the wolf was made up of second category anti-chemical steel. It contained crystallized magic particles that nullified any magical effects. It appeared that they had complete resistance to magic, and most likely the resistance worked on all the magical tools in this room as well. Ria told the boy that they needed more stone spears. They should be able to take out the colorful guards if they pelted them with a hail of projectiles. The boy thought that was a great idea. The girl reached out and fired a few projectiles while the guy chopped up a few more monsters with his sword. Now he could focus on the wolves, but the biggest problem wasn't them. They were hindered by a huge snake that kept flickering in front of their eyes. Its long tail looked quite dangerous and intended to strike. Noticing that the huge snake was about to strike, the hero warned the Raya and ordered them to jump. Just as the protagonists jumped up, the huge snake struck the wolves and they flew apart like flies. Suzu didn't understand why it was so strong. In addition, the snake didn't pay attention to the magic tools it was supposed to protect, but destroyed everything with them. Ria noticed that the snake was preparing some sort of super attack and warned Suzu. The snake opened its mouth, and a shining blob of energy began to form. The guy explained that this was bad. The guardian was clearly concentrating a lot of energy in one point for a strong blow. The hero ran to the exit and said they would retreat as fast as possible to the stairs. Ria hurried after him to the exit of the room. It was as if the snake had anticipated from the action and dropped a huge pillar in their direction. The hexagonal pillar closed the exit in front of them, and the hero exclaimed that their business was bad. The barrier had broken down their door, and now they had no way out. On top of that, the other guards continued to advance, and the huge snake was preparing the next attack. Suzu said that all they had to do was fight them. Suzu said that they had to do something about that snake, but his sword was missing before it. He asked Ria if it was possible to use earth magic to bring it down to the ground, but the girl said it was impossible because it was too strong. But Ria noticed that the snake had wings behind its back. She thought that it was possible to lower it to the ground by destroying the wings with a fireball. In that case, the hero said he would charge the fireball. He asked to tell him when his charge would be enough to break them. Ria understood and Suzu prepared to attack. The hero created a huge flaming ball, and Ria said that should have been enough. The guy realized everything and stopped. He put 700 mana points into the huge flaming ball and threw it at the snake. As a result, Suzu ended up with a huge flaming fireball. The snake apparently sensed the danger and began to hide its wings. Suzu and the Elphys only had to watch anxiously as the fireball turned into a huge explosion. As the flames dissipated and the smoke from the explosion fell to the ground, the guys noticed that the snake was still hovering above them in the air. The guy cursed and said that their power should have been enough to destroy its wings. But then another idea popped into Suzu's head. He looked hopefully at the Raya. The boy called out to the girl and asked if she could control it herself this time. Ria exclaimed that it was impossible, because it had too much mana in it. This meant that the fireball would only be on Suzu's hands. But the hero realized that he wouldn't be able to hit the hidden wings without precise control. Then it was necessary to increase its power. Suzu didn't know how much it needed to be increased to smash those wings for sure. The girl replied that it was necessary to increase the power 20 times. The boys said they would and asked to buy him some time. Ria jumped forward and Suzu stepped back to prepare the next attack. The snake was about to attack, but Ria got ahead of it and threw several magical projectiles in its direction. Meanwhile, the power of Suzu's fireball was growing. The fireball was not only gaining in power, but also in size, and soon became 10 times larger. Suzu was still accumulating the magic power needed for the spell, but all the magic tools except the snake had already been destroyed. The floor under his feet was starting to fail, but the hero was still able to dodge the snake's attacks. Ria said that if he could keep it up, they could do it. Still, Suzu was not left with a strange sense of unease. His worried gaze shifted to the ceiling. The boy cursed as he looked up. Ria looked up as well, and noticed that the ceiling was literally cracking at the seams. The snake had destroyed the wall, causing the ceiling to collapse, leaving it unsupported. The hero exclaimed that they were about to be buried alive. Suzu asked the Ria if they could destroy that snake with 10 fireballs, but the girl exclaimed that it wouldn't work. But if they doubled their power, it could work. Suzu said that they wouldn't be able to do that either since he wouldn't have enough time. Before he could say that, another huge hexagonal pillar flew towards them. The guy struggled to stay on his feet and asked Ria how she was feeling. Ria replied that she was fine, but they had bigger problems. At that moment, the huge ceiling began to collapse downward. Ria waved her hands and asked in a panic what they were going to do. Suzu ordered them not to stand in a pillar, but to run forward. Suddenly he abruptly changed his mind and asked to grab onto him. Without waiting for an answer, he picked up the girl himself as if she was a toy. If anything, there was no way to miss this opportunity. The hero said they would now run to the other end of the room and look for another way in. Snake noticed that the enemies were trying to escape and followed them. The guy kept running forward, but he didn't see any intersections. There was a solid straight corridor. He only had to pray that there were stairs ahead that would lead down. The hero stopped abruptly when he realized they had run into a wall. Suzu didn't expect them to run into a dead end and shouted that they were in huge trouble. Ria looked back in horror and said that the snake was already approaching them. This was a very bad thing. The ceiling was no longer coming down, but if that snake continued to rampage, they would really be buried alive. The hero needed to think as fast as possible. He needed to find a way to buy time to charge the spell. Suzu pondered that he could try to get back to the stairs by going through the ruined door. He supposed he could move all the rubble and falling rocks into his inventory, but then he would have to dodge the snake's attacks. But then they would be finished along with this place. That was simply not possible. It was necessary to think of something as soon as possible. Suzu realized that not only his life was at stake. Ria had carefully considered everything. Her gaze reflected uncertainty, but she made a decision. The girl asked for the hero to hand her the fireball. Suzu assumed that she had some kind of plan, but she had told him earlier about not being able to control that magic. Even so, no matter what, she had to do it. Apparently, she didn't have a plan either. But they had no other choice, so Suzu had no choice but to agree with her. Ria used her built-in magical power to negate any attacks that could harm the user. Her hairpin began to absorb all the damage Ria received. Just as Suzu thought, it was too dangerous and he wanted to stop the Ria, but the girl called out to him. She smiled at him with a dose of excitement and exclaimed that the adventure was a lot of fun. Suzu looked at the girl with the same excitement. He didn't understand why she said that. Suzu was sure it was a simple show of bravery. Ria probably said it so he wouldn't bother her. However, he was in complete agreement with her. A strange smirk appeared on his face. The hero didn't want to distract Ria from the magic. It looked like she was having a hard time, but she continued to build up the power of the fireball. At some point, the fireball flew upwards. The girl directed it towards her opponent, and Suzu supported her with his cheers. The boy asked Ria to do it. Ria put all her strength into this strike and a huge fireball rained down on the snake. The huge fireball was so powerful that it was able to knock the cursed creature off her wings. While the snake was trying to deal with the fireball, Suzu hurried towards the monster to give it the final blow. The boy jumped up and struck the snake's head with all his might with his magical sword staff. Even though it was very difficult, he only got this chance because of the Rya. Suzu gave it his best and explained that he couldn't miss such an opportunity. In the end, the huge snake collapsed to the ground with a crash, and the guy landed on his feet next to it. With his last strength, Suzu clutched his shield and weapon in his hands, and his heart was ready to jump out of his chest. He tried to catch his breath. Suzu remembered about Rya-chan and looked back in her direction. The girl ran up with Suzu. She smiled and told the guy that he had done it. Apparently, she was fine too. Suzu asked Rya if she still felt careless. Rya couldn't say for sure, because the room was still full of carelessness. She smiled and said that she thought it would have weathered out in a week. Still, they could handle it, and it was time for them to get out of here. There was no way out, but if they cleared the rubble, they could get back through the remains of the ceiling. But that seemed impossible to Suzu right now. He crouched down on the ground and suggested they rest for starters. The girl agreed and sat down next to him to rest. Suzu turned his attention back to her hairpin. The hero said that she had put them both at risk, hoping that the magic wouldn't get out of control. But the magic did get out of control, but her hairpin stopped it. Suzu thought that was pretty reckless. The girl smiled and reminded herself that all ended well. She wondered what would happen next time. The boy also smiled and said that they would have to pray that there wouldn't be a next time like this. If every adventure they had was going to go like this, he didn't have long to live. Rya grinned and agreed with what he said. However, she seemed pretty happy right now. Rya asked Suzu hopefully if he would really take her with him next time. The guy thought about the fact that through this occasion, she had proven that she was capable of standing up for herself in a fight. If need be, Rya would be able to use her hairpins to escape from danger. In the first place, he wasn't going to stop anyone from enjoying the adventure if they had the necessary abilities, even if it was a little girl. In addition, they were cheaters. Suzu realized that it was better to be in the company of others like him than alone. The hero held out his hand to her and said that it would be even more interesting that way. He smiled at the Rya and suggested that from now on they travel together as friends. This was quite unexpected for Rya. Her eyes shone with delight. She happily agreed with him and rushed to hug Suzu. Later, the hero went into the guild and gave the magic tools he found in the underground ruins when he was investigating the miner's illness. The girls were alarmed when they heard that they were in the underground ruins. They replied that the ruins were called the Magic Eye. The name said that it was equivalent to E-rank monsters, and the second one was called the Blue Magic Eye, and it was equivalent to E-rank. The blue metal wolf he brought was equivalent to a B-rank monster. The girls straight up couldn't believe that Suzu was able to defeat them, but that wasn't all. He took out the rest of the monsters they met in the ruins from his inventory. Horror was reflected on the girls' faces. They had never seen such wings before and asked the guy a question, but the hero had no idea what it could be. These were all magical tools they had defeated, and the biggest one was most likely the cause of the sickness. It would eventually weather out of the mines. The girls were shocked to find out that the Rya had fought it as well. They had solved a problem unsolvable for any other adventurer in just half a day, and they were truly grateful for their work. As for that large artifact, the girls had never seen anything like it. When one of the girls had participated in the conquest of the Foderan ruins, she had memorized every artifact there. If she didn't know anything about this artifact, then the guild would know even less than her. To the guy, It seemed surprising that the guild didn't know anything about this artifact either, but with his skills, he should be able to evaluate it. Suzu directed his evaluation skill at the huge monster. This number 1 snake was the prototype of a medium annihilating cannon. It was indeed a snake after all. The hero checked the ruins twice before returning. The reason why this place was abandoned was because this snake was out of control. If the girls realized that he knew about the snake, he would be in trouble, so he had to keep quiet about it. One of the girls said that this artifact was really big and they wanted to know about its power. The guy replied that it was really strong. With his tail, he was chopping metal wolves left and right. The girls were horrified to learn that the hero had killed about 30 wolves, but the snake was probably destroying many more wolves than he was. The administrators asked for literally a minute. As far as they understood, Suzu had destroyed 30 blue metal wolves. The worried administrators said that if he stood up to that many opponents, it meant that he was equal to a rank adventurer. Rhea, who was snoozing on his back, opened her eyes and said that she thought the snake was a rank adventurer. The administrator's explanation continued after that. The hero had a feeling that she was going to certify him as a B-rank adventurer. Apparently, to be a B-rank adventurer, one needed to have leadership qualities. B-rank was currently the highest rank a hero could obtain. Suzu had the feeling that he had done something amazing. The next day, the hero and Rhea came to the Ganter-san and wished him a brisk morning. The guy happily announced that the miner's case had been solved. Rhea waved their hand and told them that they had finished it 3 days ago. For a while, the old man stared at the boys incomprehensibly. Suddenly, he cried out in shock, not understanding how they could finish the investigation so soon and solve the problem. After the hero gave them the report, the topic changed to discussing coke. It was mostly about how to prevent technology leakage and expand production. It seems that the Byside Kingdom, the country the hero was currently in, was going to do the selling. They paid technical fees for it. Suzu felt that this revolutionary technology would change the country significantly. On here, the guy pondered a bit on the fact that it would make too big of a difference. These thoughts made him worry. He would presumably join the negotiations with the kingdom and concentrate on settling the business, somewhere in the capital. But Suzu decided to hand over a percentage of the profits and shifted all responsibilities to the Coal Miners Association. He was still an adventurer and was not yet finished with his journey. A whole week flew by like that. The negotiations with the Coal Miners Association had gone well. After the hero informed the guild that he was officially taking Rhea on board, she was made a guild card. Coincidentally, he was also given the achievements of being the fastest and youngest adventurer to receive a B rank. Compared to the national scale stories, this was still a far cry from that. Rhea was ecstatic and couldn't get enough of her guild card. The hero turned to Rhea and said he wanted to talk to her about her hairpin. When they left the ruins, it was as black as tar, but now it was back to color for some reason. The girl replied that thanks to the magical power that Suzu had unleashed, it was fully recharged. The girl laughed and said that on her own she would have recharged for about 30 years, but this time it was only 2 days. Suzu, on the other hand, was even scared to imagine what kind of mana he had. The boy assumed that if he channeled magic into it, it would charge faster. The girl explained that it wouldn't. If he did that, she would simply break. While they were talking, Sumiza came up to them and apologized to the hero for waiting. She said that the removal of the magical power from the iron lizard's metal had been completed, and now he would be able to process the metal anywhere if he had the equipment. The boy thanked her for the good news and asked the Rhea if she needed the armor. The girl spread her arms and exclaimed that she didn't need it as it was too heavy. All in all, Suzu didn't insist on it. Sumiza sighed sadly and thought that they were going to another city. The hero thought they would just follow the road and see where it would take them. Suzu noticed that Sumisa kept her gaze on him and looked at him with a sincere smile. Suddenly, the guy turned towards the door and covered the girls with his hand. Two human figures appeared at the entrance. Sumisa didn't understand what was wrong and asked Suzu a question. The hero answered that according to his senses, just now something was missing. The guy wanted to know the opinion of Ria. The girl replied that about 100 kilometers from here, the magical background disappeared. The guy was shocked that it could have been him. Suzu couldn't identify who had picked up the magical overload, but even he could feel that magic. It must have been simply amazing magic. But the hero could tell that no one in this world could create a spell of this magnitude. It felt as if an artifact stronger than the flying snake had shut down. Suzu felt something happen behind the far mountain that could be seen from here. The hero asked Sumisa what cities there were 100 kilometers that way. The girl answered that there was most likely Eintown, the city that was located at the foot of the volcano. She couldn't believe that the guy really wanted to go there, and warned that there was a very dangerous maze with rank B monsters on the way to it. But the hero only smirked and said that in that case, they would definitely go there. Suzu smiled and said that they would only have more fun that way. Ria laughed and happily supported him. Sumisa sighed heavily and said with a sad smile that she already knew his answer. She had no doubt that Suzu was the ultimate adventurer. Thus, the hero along with the girl said goodbye to all their acquaintances and left the city of Arion. 3 hours later, while Suzu and Ria ran to the mountains, the guy noticed that Ria began to behave strangely. She was floating upside down in the air, and Suzu thought it was strange. He asked her a question and hoped she was all right. Ria replied that she was fine. It was like she wasn't tired in the slightest, and she was probably just bored. She didn't seem to have any side effects or debuffs from the constant use of levitation. It was probably because she was using discharged Suzu magic. Her flying speed was low in the first place, but if the hero didn't accelerate, she would fly at 70% of his speed. At this rate, they would reach the specified point in literally 10 minutes. Ria finally perked up and cheerfully said that there were monsters ahead. She suggested Suzu to kill them, even though Suzu planned to get to the city quickly, but they apparently had no other choice. But as soon as Suzu saw who was running towards them, his gaze became quite interested in it. There were some very real big crabs running at the guys. The guy's eyes glistened with delight. He explained that he had changed his point of view and offered to stretch. Ria was already on full alert. Suzu drew his sword and Ria launched a multitude of arrows at the huge pack of crabs. The arrows rained down on several of the monsters and shattered their shells. The hero asked the girl to attack them, but not kill them, but Ria didn't understand what that was for. Wiping her drool, Suzu didn't understand how she didn't see it. They looked very appetizing and it would be wasteful to kill them all. Ria had never seen monsters like this before, so she didn't know if they were edible. Just because they looked like crabs didn't mean they were really edible. In that case, Suzu decided to test it with the evaluation skill. His skill showed that these 4-clawed crabs were indeed edible. The guy was glad that they could be eaten after all. Ria noticed that there were monsters on the other side as well. Suzu was happy about that, and hoped that there would be something tasty there too. Suzu turned pale in surprise. There were brown cockroaches rushing at them, which to his knowledge were also edible. Suzu shouted that it was time for them to scram, but Ria didn't understand his sudden behavior. The girl thought they looked weak and didn't understand why they were running away. Suzu shouted that they had ruined his whole appetite. After a while, they did break away, and the boy stopped for a moment to catch his breath. With his left hand, he held onto Ria, who puffed up her cheeks resentfully. Soon they reached a city called Eintown. At the entrance, they were met by a soldier who said that traveling with a child was quite unusual. The roads were full of monsters now, and he hoped they were all right. To his surprise, Rhea explained that these monsters were weak. The soldier said that these monsters were rank D monsters, so he didn't think they were that weak. But then the young man noticed an unusual sword staff in the hero's hands. Judging from their weapons, Suzu was quite strong. The boy thought that apparently not only blacksmiths and adventurers could realize that his witch sword was an unusual weapon. Suzu smiled and said that they could easily handle such monsters, except for cockroaches. The hero assumed that they had something wrong and asked why there were so many monsters near the city. The guard was a little hesitant to answer. He replied that this city was surrounded by 4 forests that were home to many monsters. Recently, the monsters had started escaping from one of the forests, and they had tried to move to the nearby forests. If you think about it, all the monsters they met along the way were moving in the same direction. The boys speculated that perhaps the wanderer knew the reason for their migration, but little did they know. Rumor had it that the guild knew for sure what was going on. The sentinel said that nevertheless they hadn't sent a high-level team, so he thought it wasn't something of such a large scale. Suzu speculated that the guild might have been hiding some kind of information. When the metal lizard appeared, and when he found the bandits' hideout, both guilds also kept information to themselves. He speculated that it could be another problem of about the same scale. Suddenly the girl sensed something wrong, fearfully climbed up on the Suzu, and grabbed him by the neck. She screamed and asked the Suzu what was wrong. The hero smiled and replied that it was a simple earthquake. It was a common occurrence near volcanoes. Suzu smelled an odor and assumed it was the smell of sulfur. The soldier replied that earthquakes were much more common lately, but it wasn't unusual in his opinion. They considered it one of the highlights of this city. In any case, they were happy to welcome visitors to the city of Arion. After that, the gates at the castle walls opened and the heroes could go inside. The city of Arion was a city of ancient ruins and hot springs. Suzu and Rhea were pleasantly impressed. The hero didn't expect to encounter hot springs here. He also noticed a building that was a large leviathan. Here, the price per night was 10 times higher than in the Arera. However, there was really something to pay for here. Suzu and Rhea went into their room and looked around. The hero noticed that there were 3 rooms and even their own kitchen. The room itself looked luxurious and had 2 large separate beds. Suzu asked Rhea if she could boil crabs with magic. He couldn't wait to try them. Rhea agreed with him. In a couple of minutes, the heroes had a large pot of water and put it on the burner. They waited impatiently for the big crab claws to boil and be ready. Rhea reached for the hot pot with her hands. The guy felt like an earthquake had started again, but he was glad nonetheless. He asked Rhea to move away from the pot. He also noticed that Rhea was already used to using levitation all the time. After a while, the long-awaited dish was ready. They placed the large pieces of crab on the table, and Suzu offered them a bite. When the hero broke open the thick claw of the crab, he exclaimed happily that the claw was quite meaty. Suzu took a big bite of it. It tasted like an ordinary crab, but it was very tasty. Rhea wanted to try it too. She took the huge claw in her small hands and bit into it with her teeth. With her mouth full, Rhea whispered that it was very tasty. Her eyes burned with delight. She asked the hero for his opinion. The hero asked the girl not to eat at all, for they needed something else to eat for breakfast. He said he would hide the remains in the inventory, and Rhea agreed. Immediately after eating, Rhea started to feel drowsy. The hero noticed that her eyes started to slip shut. She fell asleep right after dinner. No idea how old she was, but she looked like the most normal child. Suzu smiled at her and told her it was time to go to bed. There was a shadow monster, but the bear didn't care about that. Suzu rose to his feet and thought that he needed to find out the reason for the sudden drop in the magical background when they were in the air. At first, they needed to relax and get a good rest. Besides, this city had an open-air bathtub. Due to fuel problems, there were no bathtubs in the towns where the hero was, so he washed himself with a simple water balloon. One had to take this chance while Rhea slept. Ike's couldn't make it disappear all at once. He was under a buff now. While the main character was soaking in the springs, the guy looked up at the sky with a smile and thought that it was still nice here, even though it was a little warm. He looked around and noticed that there was no shampoo here. That was to be expected, since the dirt on his clothes and body could be washed off with plain water. It was a unique feature and could be the effect of some artifact. If someone destroyed it, it would be a disaster. While resting, the hero heard something strange and lifted up from his seat to look around. Adjusting the towel on his forehead, he thought it was another earthquake. But suddenly, he was startled and heard the voice of the Yuria. He had a bad feeling for some reason. Surely Rhea must have been frightened by the earthquake, but she could float. But Keith remembered that she could hardly float while sleeping. Judging by the increasing sound, she was flying this way. Before the boy could think about it, the doors opened abruptly, and a startled Rhea flew out of them. Keith motioned for her not to come in, but it was too late. The girl fell right on top of Keith and fell back into the spring with him. After this incident, Rhea went back to bed and fell asleep. The hero at first didn't understand why she was quiet. Then he noticed that she had fallen asleep. He wanted to go to the guild, but it would be bad if she woke up again. All the guy had to do was pray that another earthquake wouldn't happen. He quietly told her that he would be back soon and went to the Adventurers Guild in the Ortion branch. Their Keith took one of the quests and asked for details. He was trying to investigate an artifact, in other words the disappearance of a huge amount of magical power. It was the same thing he felt in the Arera. The only quest that was in any way relevant to this case was investigating the cause of the monster relocation. The hero didn't know how informed the guild was, so it was best not to mention the existence of the artifact in front of them. He explained to the administrator that he wanted to investigate the forest and asked if the guild was aware of the current situation. He wanted to understand how much the guild knew so he wouldn't come back with information he already knew. The girl apologized, but regarding the forest, she didn't know anything either. The hero noticed the name tag on her clothes. It turned out that this girl was an intern. The guy understood everything and thought that she didn't seem to be trying to play dumb. Earlier, the hero had been told that it was rumored that the guild knew a lot more. If the rumors were true, they were hiding the information even from the staff. All the other employees the hero asked said they didn't know anything about anything either. He mentally apologized to the girl, but he would have to press her. He explained that he wanted to investigate the disappearances of immense magical power. He already knew that it had something to do with the artifact. It was most likely somewhere in the forest. While he was explaining this to the receptionist, someone asked him to stop. It was a woman who was apparently also a guild employee. The long-haired woman with glasses asked him to follow her. She needed to hear about his findings. The receptionist who spoke to the guy understood absolutely nothing, but the Keith only smiled. The woman led him into an office where they sat across from each other. She asked Keith what he knew about the artifacts. Just as the hero had thought, it was all about the artifact. He thought she was a high-ranking employee and hoped it would be okay if he told her everything. The guy explained that when he was in the Arera, at one point a strange feeling came over him. When he asked his friend who knew magic, she said it was because of the sudden disappearance of great magical power. Then he came to the conclusion that such magical power could only be created by an artifact. The guy was alarmed that this woman knew the name of the Rya. She also wanted to make sure that the hero's name was keyed. She said that apparently the information didn't leak out. She asked what his friend's name was, and the hero said it was Rhea. The hero was worried that he shouldn't have mentioned Rhea. First of all, he didn't understand why she knew their names. Everything happened just as she thought it would. They had recently received a report of new adventurers in the area. It said that they were unusually strong. In addition, there are only a few adventurers who could get from Arera to Hordian in just one day. In fact, it only took them 3.5 hours. So for that reason, she knew about them. Still, the information had spread surprisingly quickly. There were no telephones in this world. People must have transmitted information through magic. Either way, it was an organization the hero didn't want to go to war with. He wanted to talk to her about the artifact information and asked if she was hiding. The woman replied that only a few guild officers and adventurers knew about it. They were thinking of revealing it to the public, but someone from outside told them to hold off. Guy assumed that the information was being withheld at the behest of someone in high places. He assumed that the guild itself had considerable authority as an organization. If there was anyone who could forbid them from doing anything, it would be a feudal lord. The hero suggested that they always needed to ask permission from the outside if they wanted to reveal information. The girl replied that this was not always the case, but that sometimes they dealt with situations that were not urgent. As the boy realized, this current situation was a non-urgent situation. The woman smiled and said that they had already caught the culprits and executed them. Isekai'd was surprised that this problem had already been solved, but he had a feeling that it wasn't. The woman gave the guy some advice if he wanted to investigate on his own. She asked him to mention her and tell her that he was here for Lasha. The woman was more than willing to clue him in if he needed to find out anything. The hero realized that there was probably nothing more he could ask of her, and he understood. After their conversation, he walked out of the guild. In the end, he couldn't find anything worthwhile. Perhaps it was enough for now that he was sure of the third party's cover-up. She said that the criminals had disabled the artifact, but the monsters still kept evacuating as well, meaning that the artifact must not just be turned off, but destroyed. It seemed to Isekai'd that by finding it, he would be able to get more of the information he needed. Rhea traveled along with the hero and suggested that they would be fighting monsters today. The hero smiled and confirmed her words. They were now in the forest, which is where the magic power went missing. Today they would hunt all sorts of monsters while they looked for traces of artifacts. Isekai'd asked to tell him if she sensed a monster or unusual magic power. Rhea was already excited. Rhea recalled that the broken magic tool was a little harder to sense and said so. Feeling an artifact that had lost its magic power was only a little harder, she said, but it would be impossible for a normal person. Isekai'd knew this and simply agreed with her. The hero asked about the direction of the destroyed artifact. Rhea looked ahead and said that she was clueless. There were many strong sources of magical energy here, and they were all over the place. The guy needed his fists and said that in that case, they would search the entire area. Rhea happily agreed with him. As the boys ran through the forest, they encountered green wolves along the way. Before the wolves knew it, Rhea launched several stone arrows at them. The wolves were confused by so many arrows and couldn't dodge them. A few monsters still managed to avoid the attack. While the heroes were attacking, behind them the large wolves became active. The animals with huge tusks ran straight at them. Isekai'd fired a few fireballs at them, and the weaponries were blown up. Isekai'd pulled out his shield and went into a melee attack while the Rhea continued to throw stone spears. The hero thought that they should have wolfed down all those beasts, but Keith noticed something else. Ria explained that there were a lot of monsters here, but still she was handling them. The guy smirked and thought that she was killing them faster than he could maul them. He had to walk up to the target to put it in his inventory. That was inefficient because he needed to slow down. Keith suggested that it was worth trying to optimize with magic, such as attracting corpses with magical power. The hero turned his attention to one of the monsters. He wanted to attract it, but somehow it lifted some of the ground with the trees. Ria was puzzled and looked at the Keith in surprise. She didn't understand what he was doing, but apparently the hero was reminding himself and the carelessness of his magical control. The hero asked Ria if she could use magic to drag the slain monsters over to him. That way he could gather them into his inventory much faster. Ria admitted that they were too heavy. She told Keith that he could move faster so he could collect them faster. Ria didn't understand why he didn't use speeding magic. This was the first time the hero had heard of acceleration magic and assumed it was the one Ria used when moving. It was easy to imagine. He just needed to imbue his body with mana, thus strengthening and speeding it up. The hero agreed and offered to try it. Ria asked only to not accelerate towards her. To be on the safe side, Keith thought he should try a weak acceleration and tried to activate the acceleration magic. The hero had already set up, but his body wouldn't move for some reason. Keith assumed that he had applied too much mana and decided to try again. This time, he was able to do it so fast that the Ria herself was shocked. Keith flew forward so fast that he twisted in the air. It was as if he had just been blown away. As he flew, the hero noticed that he was flying straight into a tree and screamed in surprise. Still, his collision was inevitable, and Keith hit his head. From the force of the impact, several leaves fell on his head. The hero didn't just collide with the tree, he knocked it to the ground. It seemed to him that it was some kind of uncomfortable magic. Ria fearfully flew up to the hero and asked if he was all right. Keith smiled and replied that he was safe and sound. Now that she mentioned it, the guy wanted to know why he was still in one piece. He assumed it was because of his clothes. The hero recalled that his clothes did have a chip, an increase in defense in exchange for mana. But he thought that the strength of the protection was comparable to rank garden skin armor. Keith decided to clarify something with Ria and asked if his magic of this armor really activated when he ran into the tree. Ria looked at Keith in surprise and said that her magic always worked. The hero was shocked that this armor was constantly working, absorbing his released MP all this time. The girl agreed with him and said that it was getting stronger with him. So the protection was at the level of a garden due to the fact that the wearer was a normal swordsman. But the truth was that it was a monstrous armor that grew stronger as the hero's maximum mana increased. Ria was surprised that the hero didn't know that. Keith didn't think anyone who wore this armor knew about it at all. But now it made sense to him why he was alive and in one piece. He wondered if he could master the acceleration magic and asked Ria the question. Ria suggested that he just keep trying. In that case, Keith decided to practice while they explored the forest and killed monsters. Whenever the hero used acceleration, he would inadvertently run into trees and destroy them. Ria was worried about him, but Keith was fine. Each time he tried again and again, but he kept inadvertently destroying everything in the neighborhood with his power. At one point, Keith clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed that he could apparently do it. Ria was shocked at his persistence and watched the Keith with her mouth open. The hero asked Ria which way the nearest monster was. Ria jabbed her finger in the direction, and the guy exclaimed that was great. He was already starting to get the hang of it. The hero realized that if he kept speeding up with this magic, he would eventually crash into something. He couldn't change direction while it was active. But still, it could be turned off and on periodically. He needed to turn it on, and turn it off immediately. Not far from them, there was a small monster trotting around. With his big hairy ears, he heard a sound approaching him and stared deep into the forest. The monster raised himself up on his hind legs to get a better look at what was in the distance. The animal was confused when it saw the Isekai'd at breakneck speed appear right in front of its nose in an instant. The monster intended to strike the guy with its huge clawed paw, but Isekai'd once again activated his acceleration magic. The guy had already realized that this magic could be used to attack. With these thoughts, he kicked the monster with his foot into its stomach. The force of the kick was so strong that it paralyzed the monster for a moment and threw it to the nearest rocks. The creature's back hit the rocks and it fell to the ground. The hero asked Ria's opinion on his attack. The girl replied that his movements looked strange, but Isekai'd thought it was fine as long as he could use it. He motioned for Ria to continue. Ria looked back sharply and motioned for him to wait a bit. She noticed a strong and strange magical force coming from somewhere nearby. For a while, the boys looked deep into the forest in silence. Ria smiled as she explained that it was here. Isekai'd was surprised to see something strange on the ground. The round large seals on the ground resembled ancient ruins in the Aurora. This was the object that was impervious to magical power. Ria exclaimed that it had a strange cover. Isekai'd suggested that there might be something underneath it and praised Ria for her excellent work.